Welcome everyone to Haven of Horror. As always, I'm subject. You got Robert, Clarice, uh, and Noah Hannibal. I don't know.
I love that you gave up on the name thing. You
Hello,
just called him
Clarice.
Robert Clarice.
Yeah,
Didn't even say his last name.
fine. Uh, so even though I give you the nickname of Clarice for this one, we're not doing Silence of the Lambs. We've already done Silence of the Lambs. We are doing the prequel, which is actually just the first book, and the what would you call it? First adaptation of any Hannibal book,
Yeah,
Manhunter.
Yeah.
it's the forgotten one.
It
Hmm.
is.
I didn't know about this movie for many years. I
Me
had no
neither.
idea this thing existed.
Yeah.
I first hear about this a few years ago. I was like, oh, I'm curious just on the cast. Like, I already have kind of the definitive adaptation of Red Dragon, but I'm curious. So, Robert, I'm curious because you have not read the book, and I don't remember the book because it's been a long time. Which version did you end up preferring?
Well, of the two movies, like you said, I haven't read the book. I also haven't seen the TV show where this material would once again be adapted for a
Adapted.
third time. So that version I haven't seen yet.
I have a feeling
But
that's
as far
probably the best one.
Probably. I'm looking forward to finally watching that show. But as far as these two movies go, I actually prefer Manhunter over Red Dragon. Red Dragon's good. We'll obviously get to it later. Like, if you want more of the book, to my understanding, that's probably the version you'll prefer. And of course, you get Anthony Hopkins, and it's part of that run. Like, it's a movie that absolutely has a reason to exist, and I'm glad we have it for those reasons. But just as a standalone piece, as a film, Manhunter is just more my vibe. I like Michael Mann's style a lot. It's very 80s, a lot of neon. It's very Miami Vice era Michael Mann, and it's interesting seeing how he adapted this book, like what elements he clearly latched onto and was more interested in, compared to what Silence of the Lambs and the rest of this franchise would be, where Michael Mann's film is very like it's more crime drama. Like that's the side of the book that clearly interested him. That's more his sensibilities. Like this is more of a crime drama movie than it is a horror movie, though it has those creepy elements. Then Silence of the Lambs really leans into like the weird gothic horror atmosphere, which is kind of what this franchise would continue to be after that. So comparing them is really interesting. And as for like Hannibal Lecter himself, like the approach we get here could not be more different from what we
He's
get with
barely
Hopkins,
in this.
and he's not in it much. He's only in it a few
Hmm.
scenes. But yeah, and also in terms of why I do prefer this version, the main reason is William Peterson as Will Graham. I love Will Graham in this movie, and of course, I haven't seen the TV show yet. That's probably the best version. But Edward Norton and Red Dragon, like I like. That's good casting. I obviously couldn't tell you which one's closer to the book, but William Peterson really leans into the unhinged like on the
Yeah.
edge version of this character who could snap at any moment. And of course, I'm a huge fan of that actor from CSI and shows like that. So, long time William Peterson fan. So just seeing him in this movie is such a treat for me. So it's the one I prefer. But if you want more of the book, I mean, I'm glad Red Dragon exists. Like it's cool to have both. It's interesting.
Hmm.
Yeah, you know what I'm gonna say. I liked Red Dragon better.
Yeah, of course.
Funnily enough, I found William Peterson kind of bland in this movie.
Interesting.
I think he should have played it because you'll understand this reference. Almost more like his character in CSI, where he's kind of an eccentric, like
He's more quirky.
quirky, but also unhinged a little bit because of his empathy, his ability to get into the mind of killers more, which they definitely downplay here. Whereas in Red Dragon and in the show, it's almost like a superpower. Whereas like
Yeah, kind of.
he's
Although I don't
empathetic to the
know.
point of like he becomes that person.
But I
I,
get I personally get more of that in this version. Like Edward Norton's take, I
yeah.
think, is more put together, and kind of standard likable protagonist. I never feel like he's about to snap. But
I
that's
was
just
gonna
my
say,
opinion, of course.
I, as someone who has not read the book or seen Red Dragon, I'll only be here for the first movie tonight, guys. But
Yeah,
uh,
bastard.
I I got the sense that the Peterson version it didn't really downplay the getting into the mind of the serial killer aspect. I'd say that stuff is just less, or it's a bit more like visual than it is. There's not a lot of like explaining,
Mhm.
and it's hard. Yeah, I haven't seen Red Dragon, so it's hard for me to compare it to that. But
And this one's definitely a slow burn.
yeah, this is a very slow paced movie. I really dug it. But yeah, no, it. I thought that they captured that aspect of the character pretty well in this version.
Anime fan says the masked character in the background looks like Daredevil and the Phantom.
It's Hannibal Lecter.
I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
he's talking about that dude with the mask on his face.
yeah,
Who is
yeah.
Hannibal Lecter?
What?
That's not Hannibal, Noah.
I thought he was talking about your Blu-ray in the background.
No,
Oh, no, he's
remember
talking about the YouTube background.
the
Not
YouTube
not
background. No,
Okay. Right.
You are
Yeah.
confused.
I'm barely
Ah, you were
paying
misled.
attention.
all right. Is everybody ready?
Now I'm ready.
Noah, are
Uh,
you conscious and able to keep up?
yes. You want me
In
here for both movies, and I'm not gonna be conscious if I do both. But
in 3, 2, 1, play. And I'm going to keep an eye on what you guys are saying on this because that was just one viewing impression, so we'll see. But I love Ralph Fiennes. I don't know how you say his last name.
Ray
Uh,
Oh,
Fiennes.
Ray Fiennes is
Ray Fiennes
fantastic.
in Red Dragon.
Yeah, and we won't talk about that too much on this one, but just for context for Noah, that's another difference is Red Dragon, you get a lot more backstory for the serial killer for the Ray Fiennes version, and you spend a lot more time with
Okay.
him, which works for that movie, and it's totally fine, and I'm sure closer to the book. Here, they keep this character a lot more mysterious and vague, and they
Yeah.
hold off on showing him for a really long time. But for what little you get, I think Tom Noonan is really good in this
Oh,
version.
Tom Noonan is
I
good.
think he's disturbing.
Mhm.
He
Wait
gives.
till you see the Ralph Fiennes version.
They're disturbing in their own way.
And last thing I will say about Red Dragon, Noah, is what is that guy's name from Twister and Mission Impossible 3?
Oh, Philip Seymour Hoffman.
Philip Seymour Hoffman.
Yes, he's in that movie and he's awesome.
He's great. Perfect casting.
I love Philip Seymour Hoffman.
He's the journalist character.
Oh, he okay. So he gets set on
Yeah,
fire.
the scummy guy.
Yes.
Right off the bat, too, listening to the music, you can tell that
Ellis
this
is an
movie
80s
was.
movie.
You can tell
Goes
this
full
was
synth
squarely
score.
made in the decade of the 80s. But I really like the score of this movie. It's very foreboding, kind of has like a John Carpenter kind of feel to it. Very cool.
Noah, do you know one director that was offered this who turned it down?
No.
David Lynch. And he
That would have been great.
would have been interesting. He turned this down because he found the material too violent.
Oh, okay.
That's interesting.
Because he also did Blue Velvet, which is pretty seedy.
Yeah.
Okay.
I,
That makes sense though, because this is a De Laurentiis movie, so he's probably working with them during that time.
that might have been good. I can't see Lynch doing something with this that I would have liked for this material.
Mhm. But as we'll get into, even though there is a ton of stuff omitted from this version, I think in terms of dialogue and plot, though, like this does stick
This
until
hits
the
most
ending.
of the major
It sticks pretty close
beats.
to the book. Yeah. But right off the bat, it's like you're watching a Michael Mann movie because we've got a beach.
No, Michael Mann is a director I want to dive more into. I've only seen this and Heat, and I watched Heat a long time
I've
ago.
only seen this.
But
my favorite of his is Collateral. That's like a movie you guys
I
both
gotta
need
see
to
I
commercials.
remember
talk
seeing
about.
commercials for that all over the place when that movie was coming out. I was like, oh, I want to see that, and then I never did.
I really want to watch. Not I was about to say Heat. Thief with James Caan, because that was kind of
Interesting.
during that same era, and it has a little bit of the same kind of aesthetic this does. Um, I've seen a bit of Miami Vice, which is a really goofy, cheesy show, and this kind of struck me as like a Miami Vice episode that turned more into a horror movie.
I
The
have
rubber.
seen his Miami Vice movie, and I love it.
Forgot he made that. What I find a lot of missing here is, and I'm gonna sound like a broken record because I said this with the remakes, the character stuff. Like we don't get a lot of the Hannibal and Will connection other than a couple lines of dialogue. Will's family is like barely in this.
Oh, they're
In
in
this,
this. I think they're in this version a lot more. That's some of the strengths I think of this version. This is much more of Will's story than the other movie is. I think. Like this scene really takes its time setting up who this guy is, and Jack asking him back. This scene goes by pretty quickly in the Red Dragon version.
It does, but that's. I think it's easier to do that because you've already got a sense of A, why he retired, and B, who he is as a character. Because I really think you need that opening with him and Lecter that Red Dragon has.
That's fair. I also don't know if that's in the book or not, or if it's just talked about.
I think it
I don't
might
think.
be.
I assume the book.
It's
I
been a
assume the
while.
book doesn't open that way.
Let me see if I can find out.
But like Will's son, you get a lot more of in this version than Red Dragon. And Red Dragon, he's barely in it.
yeah, and I can't compare it to the other version, but the family is definitely a big part of this one.
Just going off of the wiki summary, that is how the book starts. Is with him and.
Interesting.
And as we all know, we can trust Wikipedia.
At this
Yeah,
point, the Hannibal books are so niche, just in terms of the actual books, that I don't think anybody's going in and editing false information into them.
but also I am aware though that the Red Dragon movie does add a lot of Hannibal scenes that aren't in the book because it's Anthony Hopkins and it's tied to those movies. So they do beef up his role quite a bit.
The worst is, and we'll talk about it more there. The worst is the ending.
Yeah, the prequelitis ending.
Oh, did they do like a
So
the lamb tease?
Yeah.
So at the very end, somebody comes. Spoilers for Red Dragon, everybody. But at the very end, somebody comes into Hannibal's cell and says, "There's somebody here to talk to you." I don't.
Yeah.
I told them you'd probably say no, but I figured I'd ask. Do they actually say Clarice's name? I don't remember.
No, the last line of the movie is Anthony Hopkins saying, "What's her name?" It's
Yeah, they did that.
Which of course leads right into the smash hit show Clarice.
Of course.
Kurtzman.
I keep forgetting that show exists.
I remember every once in a while and then laugh to myself.
The only way I'd watch that show is if it's a sequel to the Hannibal book, where it's just her and Hannibal Lecter on the run together, because that would be unhinged.
It would be. I also heard that show wasn't allowed to reference Hannibal Lecter specifically, but they have the dog. They have Buffalo Bill's dog.
So because that because that goes both ways. There was a lot of worry that if the Hannibal show had gotten to season 4, would they be able to use Clarice? I don't know why that specific character is separate from the rest. But...
Okay, yeah, I wonder what the right situation is with that. I had no idea it was even like tangled in a mess like that.
Yeah.
Okay, the real question is, guys, when are we going to cover Silence the musical?
Okay.
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah. But
I like the blue look here.
It's very blue, yes. And like I said, you do get a lot more with Will and his family up top in this version. I like the scene a lot when his wife is kind of mad at Jack for asking him back and bringing him back into this world. You get a lot more of that character stuff on Will's side, In the Red Dragon movie, his wife's not really a three-dimensional character. She's just kind of there, and then at the end gets to do something.
She gets her Killer Croc moment.
She really does. And that's probably in the book. I don't know.
Yeah, you can also tell that this is the 80s version because this movie is like 20 times more horny than the 2000s version.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's like no sex scenes in Red Dragon. It's all just implied.
Academy figured that they would maybe go further with that stuff just because it was made later, but
no, it leans more into like the gory stuff.
It's that typical 2000s. Gore is fine, but you cannot show sex.
Yeah. I also think, and this isn't a criticism of Red Dragon, but I think they did tone down some stuff as a reaction to Hannibal, where they were like, okay, let's play this one more straight. Let's not go too weird with it.
Like,
that's
Hannibal was a very polarizing movie.
With something like that, it's so hard for me to decide that because Red Dragon and Silence of the Lambs, and it's weird because it's kind of the same story twice in a row. And then he had to come back and do a third one, and he just like jumps the shark. So it's like, is Red Dragon toned down because of Hannibal, or is it just that's the source material that's more toned down and sane? Now, I will give you the one thing that I liked about this movie more than Red Dragon is the style. This has a better style to it.
Is your hot take that Michael Mann may be a better director than Brett Ratner? Oh my!
I mean,
God.
Brett Ratner did direct the best X-Men movie, so you know.
I also don't think his stream right now.
I also don't think his direction's awful or anything. It's just like,
no,
yeah, it's a competently made movie. He had a perfect script to work with. He just shot the damn thing.
Yeah,
Brett Ratner's movies tend to look competently made, you know. We're just talking about him versus Michael Mann.
Right.
Well, to be fair, I also don't like. I'm sure Michael Mann is a better director. This is the only film of his that I've seen, so I can't really comment on that.
For sure.
But like, this is a perfect example of a scene that I prefer in this version. Again, I like the slow burn. I like the melancholy tone. In Red Dragon, they add like jump scare noises and some quick editing, and you're like, eh. Like, it's not horrible. You're just like, yeah. It's more like we're making a horror movie. Here's horror stuff. This is just a bit more calm.
And like you were saying earlier, it's very much informed by the success of Silence of the Lambs.
Right.
The Hopkins series is just so weird to me because they start with the second book, and so the entire franchise is now defined by the second book.
Yes. Well, to what you were saying earlier, what's the name of this author?
Thomas
Harris.
Thomas Harris, yeah.
Thomas Harris. So, like you were saying earlier, how this and Silence of the Lambs, they are kind of the same story. It does feel like when he wrote that second book, he was just recycling a lot of his ideas and kind of improving on it. But in terms of like, yeah, it's a serial killer story where a protagonist goes to Hannibal Lecter, this other serial killer locked up for advice. It's like he hits a lot of the same beats.
Yeah.
But maybe he just saw Silence of the Lambs as an improvement. And I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah, and I'd be curious because in some ways, I'd have to go back and read them. But in some ways, obviously, Silence just on a story level is better. But what I like about Red Dragon War is the investigator having that history with Lecter, and like he's the one that put him away.
Yeah, because in Silence you get a more traditional like Eisen protagonist coming into this world. But then with the success of that movie, it's like everything is riffing on that movie, Silence of the Lambs. Like Batman Long Halloween, you know, when he goes to talk to Calendar Man for advice, or the Matt Reeves film, The Batman. It's all like, yeah, we're doing Silence of the Lambs. It's like, but you're
actually doing Red Dragon.
First in Red Dragon. You're actually doing Red Dragon, and no one says that.
Somebody should start pulling from Hannibal. Like, give me some crazy shit. I want to see a guy feed somebody their own brain. Like, come on. I can't believe they got Ridley Scott to direct that movie.
It was an interesting choice.
So I think this is probably an easy performance to overlook or not really appreciate. But he's doing a lot by not playing it up to the camera. It's a pretty understated performance.
Yeah, that's what I like about it. He always comes off as pretty tortured to me. Like he's just kind of holding it together.
Yeah, I mean, even that scene when he's like, he just hears the phone message, you can just see a lot on his face.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not like mugging to the camera or anything. He's just playing it naturally.
Robert, I am fascinated to watch the Hannibal show with you.
Ah, I can't wait. I need to finally get to it.
That is a show that does use a lot of weird visuals to show that whole empathy thing, and it plays that up a lot more.
I really like Peterson's performance in this scene too.
Mm. In the Hannibal show, does Will already have a son at the start of that, or does that come later? Do they
I
build up to his family more?
I think they build up to that because Red Dragon is the final season.
Mm-hmm.
I was talking to Noah about this earlier. The first season is just him and Hannibal like solving crimes together.
Which that is a status quo I'm fascinated to see.
And it's weird that Thomas Harris never wrote that book. Instead, we got an origin story. We got Hannibal Rising. You know,
And
and
that
we never
I'm pretty
got
sure is
the
another case of he just wrote it so they'd make the movie.
right. And then he actually wrote the screenplay for the movie, which is interesting.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm scared to go back to that. But that's another movie that's got to fit into the Hopkins.
The Hopkins version, yeah.
We got to do the mask, and it's the worst one.
Yeah. You know, it would have been silly and probably would have been bad. Been kind of cool if we got one last movie with Hopkins that could have been like a team up with Julianne Moore's Clarice and Ed Norton's Will Graham. I'd watch that movie.
I'd
Not
watch it.
now, but like 10 years ago, that could have been fun.
well, the real thing that would get me to care is if you brought Jodie Foster back, but she probably
Yeah.
wouldn't want to do it.
What
Definitely not.
what I want
I
at this
Julianne
point,
Moore. I do like her, but I prefer Jodie Foster's Clarice.
Oh,
what
very
what
much.
I want at this point is just because it's. I don't think it's too late. Is just a Silence of the Lambs remake, but with the Hannibal show cast.
That's all you need to do.
That's what
Well,
they were building to, I assume.
well, that was going to be season 4.
Yeah, I figured because that's the next. That would have been the next one.
But like this is a scene though where I think William Peterson is really selling like getting in that headspace of this killer. Like,
Yeah.
God, she's beautiful, isn't she? You know, like touching her and kind of getting that headspace. Edward Norton, I don't get that as much. Again, not that he's bad.
Yeah.
He plays it more like a traditional investigator to me. Here, you can tell like this guy is just a little off. And I know that stuff they really play up in the show.
Well, there's so much you can read into him just by looking at his face and how he's saying these lines. It's almost at first you assume that he's like pissed at the guy.
Mm-hmm.
But then it's like, oh, is he actually kind of getting into this too? Like, is he enjoying this?
There's a slight like sick
like
smile,
sick, perverse way? Yeah.
But like on paper, these scenes are one to one the same in both versions. Figuring out, oh, he took off the gloves and opened her eyes and stuff like that. But and script, like it's like they're very similar with these moments. And earlier talking about the production of this film, of course, this was a Dino De Laurentiis production. This movie didn't do well at all. It didn't cost a lot, but it flopped, it bombed, came and went quick. So Dino De Laurentiis sold the rights and then somebody else made Silence of the Lambs, and then at some point between Silence of the Lambs, the movie, and Hannibal, Dino De Laurentiis gets the rights back, and then produces the rest of the movies. So he produces all the movies except for Silence of the Lambs, the most successful, critically acclaimed one.
You saw how successful that one was. He was like, hey, I want a little bit of that. Oh, Dino. Even this FBI meeting room just looks really cool. You got like the green curtain in the background.
Michael, why is there green neon on the curtains? Shut up.
Shut up.
It's my vision.
Looks cool. Also, you got one of my favorite character actors in this movie, Dennis Farina. As
Oh, is he playing Jack?
yeah, as Crawford.
Yeah.
I actually didn't know until recently. He used to be a cop, but he's got
Oh, in
such a
real
great
life?
in real life, yeah.
That's awesome.
But he's got such a great screen presence, and yeah, I wouldn't have never have guessed he just wasn't an actor, like a trained actor before this.
That'll be our next video. Ranking the Jack Crawford portrayals in the Silence of the
Yeah.
Lambs franchise. Because in the next movie, it's Scott Glenn, who's
Yeah.
great. And then in Red Dragon, it's Harvey Keitel. They couldn't get Scott Glenn for some reason.
I mean, the obvious choice is the Hannibal show. It's Lawrence Fishburne.
And that's Lawrence Fishburne. There you go.
I mean, those are all pretty good actors.
All good actors.
Yeah.
It's hard to choose.
So, Robert, what do you think this franchise looks like if this movie does make money? Like, do we get a Silence of the Lambs with this Hannibal?
Probably, and it's like, I mean, in my opinion, this movie was very overlooked and unappreciated when it came out. But yeah, I think if this was successful, Silence of the Lambs would have also been successful. Probably would have came and went, and then that might have been the end of it.
I don't think
I
Hannibal happens if this movie is a success.
don't think so. Like, it's hard for me to imagine a sequel to this being the phenomenon that we got with Silence of the Lambs. That was just kind of a perfect storm with Anthony Hopkins and just certain choices.
And I do have to say, as much as I do like the Hannibal in this, I don't know if he could have carried a movie the way Hopkins does.
Yeah, like, I think it would have worked, but he wouldn't have been the talking point, right? He wouldn't have been the thing. Because for Silence of the Lambs, many people go into that movie, myself included, like, oh, that's the Hannibal Lecter movie. You don't even know about Buffalo Bill.
Like, the Hannibal Lecter franchise.
Right. Oh,
and he's just like a reoccurring character for most of it.
Yeah. This fucking Weasley guy. This reporter guy played by Philip Seymour Hoffman.
Not in this movie, but yeah.
That haircut's a choice.
Freddie Lowndes.
You can say that. You can say that a lot about the stylistic and fashion choices of the '80s, John. There's certainly a choice.
But like in Red Dragon, Edward Norton, he just grabs him and kind of yells at him. In this one, William Pearson throws him out of a fucking car and smashes a windshield. And the only other thing I know about Freddie Lowndes is that they made that character a woman in the Hannibal show.
Oh, yes, I remember her now. I forgot that's where she comes from. Because that show, one of the cool things about that show is it will take characters from later installments. Like the Vergers show up in season 2, and those are the villains from Hannibal of all things. You know what? No, I changed my mind. Screw the Silence of the Lambs remake with the Hannibal cast. I want the Hannibal movie with that cast.
Just skip to Hannibal.
I want to see what their take looks like. How do you fix that?
Yeah. So
Here we got the McDonald's commercial announcer as Hannibal Lecter.
it's true. This is so weird, but it's so interesting. Just how different this approach is.
I really like it.
I like
Closer to the
it, but with the
book.
caveat that just in performance, this is not how I see Hannibal at all. He should be high society, sophisticated. This guy just comes off as a dude.
Well, I think he was modeling his performance more off of like a real serial killer than he was looking at the book, but he plays him like such an asshole.
He's just a dick.
I mean, that's Hannibal.
I mean,
Yeah, but it sounds Lamb's like you're kind of rooting for him. Like he's just so much fun to watch. Here you're like, oh, this guy's a dick. Like, I mean, the eating people thing, like that was already like not cool. Like I wouldn't do that, that. But he's at least fun to watch in the next movie, and this one you just hate him.
I've always seen Hannibal as a
no,
character
it's
that sees
realistic to
himself
hate him.
better than everyone around him. I don't
Yeah.
get that from this guy.
I do. No, I do get that quality,
I
just
get
in
that.
a much more douchey way. Like you said, definitely less high society. But
Like,
he's like
this
"God,
guy
you're so bad."
mingle with high society while also being a cannibal.
His performance also just isn't as like scenery chewing as Hopkins, for
Mhm.
lack of a better term. It's a lot more just playing it straight.
Well,
And
because
also, you only get like 3 scenes with him.
yeah, because no, you haven't seen Red Dragon or read the books, but in the books, the idea is he just lived in high society the whole time while doing these things, and nobody had a clue. Like he's the
Yeah.
last person you would suspect of doing this. This guy, no, he'd be like the first person I'm suspecting.
He's just kind of a creep.
Because I do think a lot of the scenery chewing is just Anthony Hopkins being Anthony Hopkins. But
Yeah. And this is very much Brian Cox just being Brian Cox. Because, I don't know. This is almost like if his Succession character was a serial killer.
yeah. And this isn't fair to the movie. This is just because Anthony Hopkins is in my head. He looks really young to be Hannibal Lecter. Maybe it's just because I'm so used to Anthony Hopkins. But
Well, this is definitely the youngest I've seen Brian Cox in anything.
Same.
Yeah, he's probably like about 50 here. And the set design here, it's so different from what comes later. Again, this is probably closer to the book and more realistic.
Probably.
But just everything's just white.
The problem with the Red
sterile and
Dragon
smart.
movie is that the prison is another prequelitis thing where this is just the set from Silence of the Lambs.
I assume it's the exact same cell.
Which is fine, but we're in there a lot.
Yeah.
It's like, in case you forgot.
I'm pretty sure it is just the exact same cell.
But here, it's just so sterile and probably more realistic. Yeah. And then in Silence of the Lambs, like it's a dungeon. You go underground. Like,
yeah.
It's awesome. And I know like the glass wall instead of like the prison bars like we see here. The glass was done just to not cut off their performances, just so you could see him in frame in full. Like, so that is a production choice that's definitely not in the book. Just for the sake of filming.
God, now I want to read these books again.
I still like the way this scene's shot though, like the blocking, like with them both dead center here, just
in
cutting
between the
back
bars,
and forth.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I like this a lot.
Yeah, it's used well here, but if you had to do this with Clarice for like that whole fucking movie, I could see how obnoxious that would have been to shoot.
And I think that is part of even though he's probably in it too much, I think what makes Will Graham interesting is when you're comparing and contrasting him to Hannibal Lecter. And since we're not doing a lot of that here, it's like, this is good, but give me that
moment right here.
Yeah, again, he's such an asshole. And he's like, "Oh, would you like to leave your home phone number?" Like, fuck you.
Fuck you, Hannibal.
But like scenes like
I
this,
mean,
though, he
yeah.
really gets in Will's head and kind of
Mhm.
freaks him out. In Red Dragon, it does feel like just more standard villain talk dialogue. Like, we're the same, Will, and I don't know. I don't really
But
feel it.
see, that I bought that more because we see that they've had a history.
Yeah, and that's fair. It's just with
You think?
with Will himself, I feel more of the pain this guy's going through.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of get that history through their performance anyway.
Hmm.
Um, and I really like that moment where he runs out of the room.
In a museum, I mean prison.
Yeah,
I don't know why they shot this at a museum, but it looks cool.
I think you just
that doesn't
answered your own
surprise me at
question.
all.
But like that's a great choice when you get his POV for a second, where like the grass is out of focus.
Oh, they printed a screenshot from the movie in the newspaper.
Yeah, I
Where did they
think
get
the
that?
thing that I'm missing from this is I need to know why Hannibal has such an effect on him, and I don't know what their backstory is in this movie.
Well, we're just holding off on it. That just comes a lot later.
Oh, do that? Okay.
That's fair. Yeah,
This
they
is
do.
why I watch movies more than
It's
one time.
also
'Cause
it's also just the idea that Graham thinks he is, or is worried that he is as crazy as Hannibal.
He's worried that he gets off on the violence, I think.
Right.
And they'll have that conversation later about like he doesn't want to like killing, which is something he hasn't had to do a lot. But that definitely haunts him.
okay, so we're on the phone scene. I have a question about
Yeah,
this just because I don't
I do
know.
too.
So he's gonna use like a stick of gum and put it in the phone, and that's somehow going to hack the phone.
Yeah.
What?
The Red Dragon movie does the scene differently. My assumption is that this happens in the book, but it's done very vaguely, and we don't know how. Where it's like, Hannibal hacked the phone and talked to this
Yeah,
lady.
like
I don't know.
is this does this work?
I don't know.
I like it in constant theory because it shows this is a very crafty.
He's very smart. I'm probably right on that though, right? Like the book tells us he did this, but it doesn't tell us
Probably,
how he did this. So in the
yeah.
movie, they're like, I don't know.
I don't know though. I do get the sense that this guy could have been a high society guy in the past, but he's got more of that
Yeah,
assholeness about him.
like the way he plays the scene is so differently than Hopkins does. Where here he's such an asshole.
But he's more the like high society guy that like has his nose, stuck up
Yeah,
at
the snooty.
the snooty
Anthony
guys. Yeah.
Hopkins is more gentleman,
Yes.
old fashioned,
Right, but how did this guy
chivalrous.
lure people in to eat them?
Some
True.
girls find
Yeah.
it hot. Some people like that overconfident.
I'm not one to judge.
No, Noah would go with this Hannibal Lecter.
This is a good reaction gif here. The face he makes.
What I love about Red Dragon and Silence kind of being back to back like remakes of each other is both of them just end up like kind of a three-way contest between a cop, a killer, and Hannibal. Because he does the same thing to both of them.
And if you assumed this scene on this plane was a set, you'd be incorrect. They shot the scene guerrilla style. They just brought a couple of people with a camera and some equipment and just shot this really quickly on a real fucking plane.
Oh
Because
really?
this movie
That's
was made on the cheap, so
That's
scenes like this,
insane.
it's just went on a plane, did this for real. Had just a couple actors.
Okay, so maybe this is me just not understanding budget, but to be fair, Robert, you should point out, according to Wikipedia, this movie had a bigger budget then hold on, I clicked the wrong thing. Oh wait, this movie almost had the same budget as Silence of the Lambs. There's only about a $5 million difference. And I think that's kind of what killed it because it only made $8 million.
Yeah, I don't know if it just came out at the wrong time or was poorly marketed. But like this is a scene that I love where it's just so awkward but very real, where he just falls asleep and all these crime scene photos are out and he traumatizes this child. Like it's such a human mistake, and it's like, oh, that sucks.
Put your gore video away, sir.
I think I'm going to start the Hannibal show after I finish SPD. I'm in the mood for this stuff now.
What a tonal whiplash there, going from Power Rangers to fucking Hannibal.
Same thing.
When are we going to get the Hannibal Power Rangers crossover?
When is Anthony Hopkins going to play Ivan Ooze?
Oh my god, you know how good that would be?
That's just a match made in heaven.
Noah, he could deliver your favorite line. It smells like teenagers.
And then the Brian Cox version of Ivan Ooze would be very different.
Yeah.
Be a lot more just of an asshole.
Well, then we have to remake it again so Mads Mikkelsen can play him.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Mads Mikkelsen is Ivan Ooze? That'd be horrifying.
That would be the dark and serious, like, down-to-earth Ivan Ooze.
Yeah. And then they'll do a prequel where some nobody plays him.
So, Noah, do you... Oh, sorry, go on.
Real quick, just before we get off that topic. I would actually kill for a Power Rangers prequel that is, like, Zordon-focused. And you could make, like, Ivan Ooze the bad guy because it mentions they have history together.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Because there's some Zordon stuff in the comics that's like prequel stuff that's really cool.
You just really want to see Ivan Ooze back on screen again.
I do, like, so badly.
I don't blame you. He's great. That tree branch just hit the camera.
What was this movie made by a hack?
It was made by Brett Ratner.
Oh. And then Michael Mann made Red Dragon.
But Noah, do you know why this movie isn't titled Red Dragon? Do you know why it was changed to Manhunter?
So wasn't it because they thought people would think it's a kung fu movie or something?
Yeah, that's what William Peterson said, and I can believe that in the context of when this was made, because there were a lot of kung fu movies with dragon in the title, so that also makes sense. Yeah. I also hear that Dino De Laurentiis, because he previously produced the movie Year of the Dragon, which bombed horribly, he was like, people don't want to see dragon pictures. Get dragon out of the title. And knowing how insane Dino De Laurentiis was, I can believe that.
I buy it.
I can believe both stories.
That's oddly specific enough. And, based on certain demands he made on the Maximum Overdrive set, we know how specific his tastes are.
Mm-hmm. Well, but that's what makes those first two books interesting, and then translated to film, it's like those are very classic, like artsy book titles where you have to read the book to know what it, like Red Dragon and Silence of the Lambs. And then you get to the last two books, and it's the studio Hannibal Rising.
Hannibal.
That's what it is.
You're here to see the cannibal guy, right? Yeah, just call it Hannibal.
Okay, so I lied. I have seen another Michael Mann movie, but I was like 8. The Last of the Mohicans. I have seen that. I should give that another watch because 8-year-old me thought it was the most boring thing on the planet. But I didn't realize that was him.
Yeah, that was his first like big hit. That's what kind of solidified him as like a movie director. Because before, like, besides like this movie, he had worked on TV and such.
Right.
And here we get our one scene with Dr. Chilton in this movie.
I do find myself missing, Robert, one of the downsides to, and I guess maybe another reason that you have to change the name, or maybe the script comes from changing the name, is all the stuff with like the tattoo and him, what they mean by him changing. is
Right.
not
Yeah. 'Cause
here.
that's one thing I wanted to ask you about. So the scene with the red dragon tattoo, that's not in the extended cut either.
No, so there's only one big difference, and that's at the end of the movie. There's an extra scene where he goes to visit the next set of victims,
Okay, interesting.
and check on them. And it's kind of ambivalent. It's like, is he still in that mind space, or is it Will Graham?
Interesting. Because I know that they did shoot the scene with Tom Noonan shirtless with the tattoo. It was just cut out for some reason.
Maybe
So I
that
guess that's not
goes
in
to
here.
the, well, we can't have any red dragon in our red dragon.
Yeah, right. And I just go all the way. But what's interesting though is like there are famously two red dragon paintings, one from the back and one from the front. They used the one from the front for this movie, even though it was cut out. And then in the next movie, it's the one from the back that's on his back. I don't know if the book specifies which painting
I
it is,
don't
but that's
remember,
interesting.
but I do know the actual physical painting that you see. That's like the book cover.
Okay. But yeah, it is funny that Dr. Chilton's kind of a non-character in this movie, and then in Silence of the Lambs, they really beef him up as this sleazy, swarmy guy who you hate.
This is
Uh,
just kind of a guy.
he's just a guy.
Because I actually forgot that this was a character in Silence of the Lambs.
Yeah, that's another one where I'm curious if in the book he's more three-dimensional, because in the movie it's like, no, he's an asshole, and you're rooting for Hannibal to eat that guy at the end.
Oh yeah.
Oh, interesting. You know what's also crazy to think about? Uh, this guy's like written 6 books since the
Yeah.
'80s.
Apparently, he just kind of keeps to himself, which I respect.
Well, Stephen King is apparently knows Harris because he said if writing is sometimes tedious for other authors, for Harris is writing on the floor in agonies of frustration. Because for Harris, the very act of writing is a kind of torment. So apparently, he really hates what he does.
But he's good. Write another book, Tom.
He
Fuck
did
your
write
feelings.
a non Hannibal book in 2019. His first book in 13 years.
Wow. Yeah, I respect that.
Yeah, and it's not a Hannibal book.
But scenes like this, I really enjoy. Just early crime scene stuff with like this 80s dated technology.
Yeah, that is one thing about Red Dragon is because it's in the 2000s. It's just 2000s crime technology. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
I've
Well,
seen this a million times.
yeah, they also play it very vague, just with the timeline. Because the opening, when Hannibal gets captured, they do say is in the 80s, and then the rest of the movie is several years later. So they're really vague with when that movie is supposed to be
In
set
the
because
not too distant
being a
future.
prequel.
Even this scene just is lit so cool.
Yeah, I love it.
Like, look
And
at this
so,
fucking laser.
it's so awesome. And some of this dialogue is like word for word the same in Red Dragon, so I assume that's lifted just straight from the book. Like,
Yeah,
you think you're
definitely
sly,
so.
but so am I. Like that, they're very similar.
I do need to reread the book because it'd be funny if it's like a Bourne situation, where in books Bourne is like in his 50s and is not really an action guy, and then when we make the movies, it's just Matt Damon. Yeah, do you know about that, Noah?
No.
Yeah, in the books, Jason Bourne is in like his 50s, almost 60s, and it's just like
Oh, really?
a spy, like James Bond spy. He's not, fighting people and like he spends most of it just chasing down leads on his clues. So when they made the movies, it's just Matt Damon. He's
Matt
Jason
Damon.
Bourne.
He's a lot younger. I like, though, I'm kind of a sucker for token scenes like this in movies where it's just showcasing professionals doing what they do well, being really good at it.
Yeah, and this appeals to my sensibilities growing up on shows like CSI. It very much feels like a precursor to that.
Is this a prequel to CSI? Did Will Graham just change his name and go to Las Vegas?
So is he in the original CSI, not like Miami or?
No, he's the original.
Okay.
He was my favorite
that's like
character.
2000, 2001. Yeah, he's great.
And he's playing another kind of eccentric, lab. But this time instead of a cop, he's a lab technician.
Yeah, he's the guy in charge. He had kind of a brief movie run. Before this, he was the lead in To Live and Die in L.A. from William Friedkin, which is which is a cop movie that I still need to see. And then obviously this didn't do well. So he's like off and on some stuff here and there, and then once he gets CSI, like that's just kind of the rest of his career. As it goes many times.
And he's the only, and his name in that show is Gil Grissom. I remember that because everybody just calls him Grissom. And he dates someone that looks 20 years younger than him.
Yeah, it's fine.
No, CSI was kind of an underrated crime show. Like, they actually had character stuff.
It did. Well, I mean, it was pretty big when it came out. Oh, and then, hey, it's Groundhog Day guy is here. That's what I know him from. Bill Murray's cameraman in that movie. He's just one of the guys here.
I gotta watch that movie again. I did not recognize him.
Yeah, I don't actually know if I've seen that all the way through.
Oh, it's a good movie. And I think like some of these characters are like from the book and are in other adaptations. But they're just like one scene parts here.
Mm-hmm.
This stuff gave me a lot of Zodiac vibes, just the messing with the killer through the newspaper, trying to bring him out of the dark.
David Fincher would make a killer Hannibal movie.
Oh, absolutely.
I would die happy.
Okay.
Why don't we give Hannibal to David Fincher?
To David Fincher.
Hold on. Hold on. Did anybody recognize? I don't know if he's going to be on camera again, but the one guy that's sitting next to Will Graham.
I can't say I did last time I rewatched this.
Noah, did you catch it?
No, but I don't know if they're going to show him again.
I don't know if they're going to show him again
right now.
No, it was the guy that's sitting next to him. It's the butler from Scary Movie 2.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Right there. So now he's sitting next to the woman.
Oh,
he's sitting. Do you recognize him? I was like, wait a minute, is that? So I had to Google it to be sure. Yeah, it's him. I was like, wait a minute, that can't be who that is.
Robert, you haven't seen Scary Movie 2?
I have not.
You got to take his. Take his strong hand. Yeah, I was gonna say, come on. Do you think he's gonna offer Will Graham his strong hand?
No. We'll cover that movie in the future.
I mean, Robert has to see all of them.
Oh, I think I was talking about the same guy. the guy I mentioned who's in Groundhog Day. I think that's him.
Okay.
Oh, he is in Groundhog Day. It's Larry.
I watched that movie once a very long time ago. I gotta watch it again.
Groundhog Day, Scary Movie 2, equal
double
quality.
Feature.
Yeah.
Tomorrow. Let's do it. No.
And he's apparently in Scary Movie 4, but I don't remember him in that one.
Well, it says it's a different character.
Well, he's he's in when they do the parody of that Shyamalan movie. I forget what it's
do they do a happening bit?
No, it's I think it might be The Village. Or
well, they also do that. They also do that one. Does The Happening too? Because that's the one where Charlie Sheen. Or no, it's not The Happening. That's no. I'm thinking of 3.
Yeah. 3 does Signs and The Ring, and then 4 does some other Shyamalan movie, War of the Worlds and The Grudge,
and Saw. Don't forget Saw.
And Saw, of course.
Like,
But
because Scary Movie 4 is what, 06? Like 5 years late to the party on that one.
Yeah, exactly.
but
Rabbit's like, let's
I
get back
recognize
to
this guy,
Manhunter.
too.
one perfect example though of a detail that is elaborated more on in the remake and in the book that I'm sure John thought about. It's the why he's called the Tooth Fairy, like these bite marks he leaves in. Uh, and then the payoff later, it's that's not his real teeth. He has like this other set of dentures he puts in that we get in one scene. So like that is a payoff you get in this movie, but I know in the book you get a whole backstory for where those teeth come from, and then the other movie kind of elaborates. It's just details
Oh,
like
I
that with the
mean,
Tooth Fairy. You get a lot more
and you get to
than you get in
see
the
him do it. And that one scene is horrifying.
version. Yeah. This fucking guy, this squirrely Freddy Lounds guy, this fucking douchebag. I'd punch that guy in the face
He's
if
not
I
on
could.
screen yet for me.
Uh,
He's showing up
What scene are you
soon.
watching?
There he is. They were just thought
Okay.
yeah, here.
You just
I
didn't
think
see
we're
his
only a
face,
few.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this fucking douchebag. If I saw him today, I'd punch him in the face. This fucking what's her name?
I miss Philip Seymour
Stephen Lang.
Hoffman.
This fucking what's his name? Stephen Lang. I could take you in a fight, Stephen
Whoever
Lang.
he is.
You fuck. What has Stephen Lang been in? Oh my god.
He's never amounted to... Oh wait.
You guys know who Stephen Lang is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
he's
the
in.
fucking buff guy in
Isn't he the killer in?
Don't Breathe.
And don't
Yeah,
Yeah, he's fucking jacked, and here he's the skinny asshole with bad hair.
I also just watched Tombstone recently, and he's in that
Yeah,
too.
that's what's Stephen Lang. No, I do like him a lot in this, but yeah, I do prefer Philip Seymour Hoffman. He's just such an asshole.
I didn't realize when watching the Hannibal show that the Freddy character now was supposed to be this character. It's wild.
Does she also get set on fire in a wheelchair?
Possibly. I haven't seen the Red Dragon season, so that's possible. Because that's another case where they're kind of setting up characters. Because I think she's in it from season 1. And season 1 and 2 are both just original material.
You just said the name of the Oh wait.
What are we, some kind of manhunter?
Manhunter is a lot more of a generic title. That's the one criticism I'll lob at this movie.
It's so generic that when Noah told me he was watching it, I was like, "What's that?"
Yeah. I was like, the movie we're watching?
Well, what I like about it is that at least makes it easier to tell for people
Yeah.
to know which version you're talking about. That's nice.
That's true. Yeah, Noah's like, I'm watching Manhunter, and for a second there, I was thinking of that like Netflix documentary that got really popular there for a minute. And I was like, that can't be it. What is that?
What, the Fincher show?
Yeah,
Mindhunter.
Oh, was it Mindhunter? Yeah. Okay,
Mindhunter, yeah,
close enough. They kept the paper name the same.
Oh, that's cool. Now, I assume this is from the book, so I'm not gonna say this is a major criticism. It is funny that they make up all these lies about the Tooth Fairy to get his attention and get him to go after Will. But then he goes after the reporter guy instead. It's like nobody thought of that. Nobody thought, hey, maybe we should keep tabs on that guy.
Yeah, I don't remember the book because it's been so long, but since this is in both versions, I'm assuming that it's just what happened to the book. And no, it is much more horrifying in Red Dragon version.
Oh, okay. In the movie too, or the book?
In the movie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the movie he gets glued.
Yeah, he's like glued to the wheelchair and like kind of mentally and physically tortured for a bit.
Hmm. That is in this version too. It's just a lot more brief.
Okay. I just remember the
Uh,
wheelchair burning.
Yeah. And I think we're about to get to that scene, but
First, we're gonna beat up this poor jogger. Who's gonna be traumatized.
um, but I do like that how that scene cuts away right before the gruesome stuff happens, just because I don't know, it's a lot more effective that way.
I think it's great. That's what's interesting. Is Red Dragon does play up the horror more. It is more of a horror movie. But in some ways, I do find the Tom Noonan version of this killer, I do find him creepier just because you know so little about him and he gets less screen time. You just never know
Yeah.
what's going on with him. Ray Fiennes is a lot more tragic and sympathetic, which I
So
like.
what I'll say about that is I kind of have a little bit of mixed feelings on it because I found him really disturbing.
Hmm.
But I think I was also missing a bit more like character stuff with him.
Hmm.
But I don't know. I don't know if that's fleshed out more in the other version.
No, definitely.
It is the big scene that's missing is that Robert is that first scene with him where you get those like audio cues of him like living through a childhood memory or something, and it's like,
Hmm.
oh, like this guy never had a good life.
Yeah, like his
Okay.
grandmother. Like clearly, and of course, this is the first of these books. I don't think it's a stretch to say that Psycho was probably an influence
Yeah,
on this writer.
Oh, absolutely.
Um, and yeah, part of the backstory with this killer is that he was abused by his grandmother.
which in the Red Dragon movie is paid off in kind of an unintentionally funny scene where Ed Norton starts saying some of those same things
Yes,
to his son.
Oh no. Oh no.
and but like the teeth, the dentures, I think those are supposed to be his grandmother's. Uh,
Okay.
Yeah,
so that's good.
I
Yeah,
I
I
much
must have
prefer the
missed
Ralph
something with
Fiennes
the
version
dentures
just
in this
because
movie.
he's more fleshed out. The problem with leaving something up to your imagination, sure, it's creepier, but then I don't really understand him. He's just a generic bad guy.
Yeah,
Well, I think what
that's my thing is that like I find it way more effective when they leave it up to the imagination.
and
But
for me, a lot of the praise just goes to Tom Noonan's performance. I think he just really
He's gonna
sells this
sell you some
character.
nuke.
all right, now here we're at the jogger scene, and when I was watching this with my
Uh,
friend,
Okay, so I'm way ahead of you.
Noah's way behind us. We're already past the
oh,
jogger scene.
oh really? Are you at
Yeah,
the
we're at the
torture scene?
wheelchair torture
Yeah,
scene.
Okay, well,
it's fine.
what? Anyway, um, when they get him, well, there's the shot of him running in slow motion, and I think I had made a joke like, "Oh, look, he's running in slow motion." But then when they get him, there's a line where someone is like, "Why were you running in slow motion?" I was like, "What?"
That was
that
a weird fourth wall breaking.
that didn't happen in the universe of the movie. Anyway,
One thing I will give you though, Robert, is I think his makeup in this movie is much more effective. Ralph Fiennes just has kind of a weird
Mhm,
scar on his face.
mhm. Yeah, they both have the scar. Here it's just a bit more pronounced. In his weird hair. He's dressed more weird. Um, but yeah, this is the iconic "Do you see" scene, which I think is creepy in both versions. But John, we were
yeah.
just talking over it, but like the painting they showed of the red dragon, they showed the other one from the front, and that's what they had tattooed on his chest. So that's the angle they went for this version. It was just cut out. Um, so that again, it's just interesting that
Was
each
he?
movie went with a different painting.
Did he show him any of the bodies of the victims? Because that's what makes the Red Dragon one effective.
He
It's
did.
like, do you see what their change? Like what I'm doing?
Mhm. Yeah, they did. The red dragon one just draws it out more. And then what I wanted to talk about with the "Do you see" sequence is it was famously parodied on South Park which is one of my favorite South Park clips. But I don't know when that episode aired. I don't know if that's before or after the Red Dragon movie. So I don't know which version it was inspired by. That there's just a famous "Do you see?" bit with the slideshow. And I'm like, wait, which movie was it looking at? I don't know, because I don't know when that episode aired.
Could be either. I can see it more being the Red Dragon version, but I don't know.
Probably, but
I think I might have found
those
it.
those are the type of guys though where one of them may have seen this movie and then just
So I think I found it. It was December 8th, 2004.
okay, so probably Red Dragon.
Local police can become convinced that Eric Cartman has psychic abilities, which Cartman exploits for personal gain, much to the ire of Kyle. Yeah, it says parody of several films, including Red Dragon.
Do you see? Do you see?
Yeah, I was just really confused when he was revealed here because I was expecting The Rock to show up.
Well, yeah, that'll be in the next remake.
Tooth Fairy. Yeah, he's the Tooth Fairy, right?
Yeah.
Also, Tom Newton is an actor who's just a really tall guy in real life, so that automatically adds to the performance. He was Frankenstein's monster in Monster Squad.
He was.
Is he?
Yeah.
I gotta rewatch that. I've only seen it once, but
And add it to the Tom Noonan marathon.
He's
Yeah.
also every character in that stop motion movie Anomalisa, except for the two main characters.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Well,
It's
I want
a
to see
choice.
I just pulled up his Wikipedia page as you were saying that. I noticed that Anomalisa, and he's just credited as everyone else.
No, I'm pretty sure it's like Richard Gere, Jennifer Jason Leigh, and then Tom Noonan, everyone else.
No. This scene is great. They do a really good job building it up where it's like, what's he gonna see? Like, what's gonna happen with the parking garage scene, Noah?
Oh yeah.
You do not expect him to roll into camera on fire.
I got another story, yeah, because I had to go do something in the middle of the movie, so I paused it right before that scene, and then when we came back and watched it, that was the first thing we saw, and my sister walked into the room like, "What are you guys watching?"
Hey, it's for work.
I was like, "Yeah, don't worry about it." But no, I love that scene.
It's like, sorry, Stephen Lang. Tough break.
I should probably just skip ahead. Hold on. I don't know what's happening.
How are you watching this, Noah?
I'm watching it on Prime.
Do you
I
have
was
any
just
comments?
I wonder if you're watching the extended cut, but I'm not sure.
How long is your movie?
It was like exactly 2 hours.
Yeah, that's just the
Okay, so
theatrical cut. Because the extended cut is only 2 hours and 4 minutes.
Did you guys just get to when the wheelchair hits the?
No, we're past
no,
that.
we're past that.
Okay, what part are you?
Will's son is asking is it
Okay,
mom, like, what's
the
going on?
grocery store. Oh no.
No.
Okay.
No, they're in their
Don't get too
house.
far.
The police. He just gets like the end of the movie.
I want to talk about the grocery store scene when we get there.
It's really good. You're like, okay, so Will is shooting at the Tooth Fairy. Is that where you guys are at?
Okay, so they're on the beach. They just had the freeze frame and the credits are rolling.
No, I do like how suspenseful the sequence is, where you're like, oh god, who's gonna show up?
Robert, is the T Rex going to show up?
I hope so.
You think the Lost World ripped off this movie?
Yes.
Oh God, it's the T-Rex.
Oh, worse, it's a scary man.
The scary
I
door.
don't trust these cops, lady.
Okay, remind me, because I know the cops are here. Did we get the scene where Hannibal just gives the Tooth Fairy the address?
Yes.
Okay.
Or no, I mean, like, yeah, we set that up.
I mean, I know he got the address, but did we see him actually print it?
No, that was off screen, but like it was implied that they did set it up.
It's so weird that you take that stuff and put it off screen.
But stuff like his family going to witness protection, you know, this is the stuff that we spend more time on in this version than the other one.
Mm-hmm.
And she is a refreshingly sympathetic wife. They don't do the cliche argument stuff. Like they don't have the big fight or anything. It's like they're just a nice, loving
Yeah.
couple. That's kind of refreshing. Can we get that Stephen Lang spin-off movie, The Tattler? Can we get that prequel?
Well, now it would
Voiced
have to
by
be
Stephen
about
Lang.
the. Now it would have to be the Hannibal version, so it'd be the woman.
Okay, Noah, we're at the grocery store scene.
Oh, wait, I gotta skip ahead.
Damn.
All right, here we go.
This is like when we were watching Harry Potter all over again.
Yeah, except it's me this time. I don't know
Yeah.
why. But because you're watching on Prime, right, John?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what the problem is. Yeah, but no, this is just a really well performed scene.
I love
And
scenes
is the
like
most-
this. It's just like,
This is the most backstory you get.
yeah. I love stuff like this where you just see like what products looked like at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the other thing I was going to talk about. Just all of the old logos in the
Morse
background.
balls.
Do you want some snack packs?
No, I don't think I do.
Also, I think there's a few moments when it's, cutting back and forth between them, like shot, reverse shot, where they've stopped walking forward, but they're standing behind a different background. So they've like teleported between cuts.
Golden grams. That's an Easter egg.
Yeah.
Will Graham.
And coming up, you see, oh
Bible
yeah,
Link.
right here, Count Chocula and Booberry. So this movie takes place during Halloween.
I don't think
Huh, there you
it's
go.
the '80s, but Kix is still the same. Like it's never changed.
No, but this is a big scene with Will and his son that's not in the other version that I really like here. It's very
Okay.
mature, the way it's taught, where his son is kind of weirded out by his dad, but also wants to ask these questions like, why were you in the hospital? Like, what's going on? And it's a very mature conversation about
It's
mental
not
health.
in Red Dragon.
No. There might have been a brief exchange like with his wife, but his son's like barely in it.
Okay. We'll
Like
see.
they talk
Because
about
I vaguely remember Ed Norton having to explain to somebody why he was in the hospital.
But this is the stuff with his family that I really like this version.
Yeah, this is the good stuff.
Oh yeah, right here when it cuts back to the
Yeah.
kid. Clearly.
Oh my god!
Then it cuts back to him, and they haven't moved.
No, he has moved.
No, they have moved, but we didn't see them move. They
Yeah.
moved in between editing.
They're in a simulation, Noah. This is Michael Mann telling us that this was actually a simulation.
Oh my god!
You have to pay attention.
It's like Robert and I always say when we're watching a slasher film. In the slasher, they're killed by the editing. Here, they were moved by the editing.
They be moved.
Okay. So, because I know Noah drinks coffee occasionally when he wants to die.
Yes.
Robert, are you a coffee drinker at all?
No, I'm not a coffee drinker.
Instant coffee might be the worst thing we've ever created as men, as human beings, and it needs to just all be eradicated. It's disgusting. I know, it's like I don't care.
What even is instant coffee?
Yeah.
It's so. I mean, it's in the title. It's instant coffee. So instead of having to brew it,
Yeah.
you just take spoons of it and dump it in hot water, mix it up, and you've got a cup of coffee.
But you
Yeah.
need the instant hot water to go with
So
it.
it's like hot chocolate.
It's like hot chocolate but coffee. It's disgusting.
Because the name instant coffee is funny to me because now we have stuff like Keurig where you can get it pretty instantly.
Yeah. It was Keurig before Keurig, except Keurig makes a decent cup of coffee.
Exactly.
It's
Not
killing.
even creamers
It's gotta
can help
stop,
it.
Noah.
This
Stop.
scene is kind of the closest they get to like an argument, but it doesn't do the typical thing like you were saying earlier, Robert.
Yeah, and you do get the scene in the other version. It's just a lot more brief. And then we randomly cut to Will teaching his wife how to shoot a gun, and it's just clunky setup for the end of that version.
Oh, that's her Killer Croc moment. You get
Yes.
to shoot someone.
I mean, that made sense that he'd teach her how to shoot.
No, like I totally get it. It's just very random and brief. She's kind of a non-character in that version.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to reread the book because I don't know if that's a Brett Ratner thing or just they're just straight adapting that material.
Yeah, we'll get to it when we get to that commentary. That's the one part of that ending that I assume was changed for the movie, but I could be wrong.
Well, there's the thing they do later here, which is a drastic difference.
Yeah, the climax in that the climax in that version is much closer to the book.
Does anyone else just sit at a window when it's raining, contemplating life?
Yes.
Putting your hand on the window.
That's what Robert does while we're playing video games. He's just like, "What am I doing with my life?"
I wish they had him like drawing a smiley face, and then it just keeps going. It gets really weird.
William Peterson was going to be the comedian in Michael Mann's version of The Watchmen.
I'd watch that. Gonna find you, god damn it. No, this is very Michael Mann, just having a character blankly staring at something and we're just sitting on it. Yeah.
Well, this
is all over his Miami Vice movies.
This is every Batman movie when Harvey Dent shows up, because you got the face half in shadow. Because we gotta do that. I am liking his Will Graham more on a second viewing.
I'm just sorry, this guy's glasses.
I want them. Are you saying the serial killer is weird, Noah?
Hey, what decade was this movie made in?
The 60s.
Oh, okay.
No, but that is one thing I like about this version more is I can see why this guy doesn't think anybody will ever like him. Because he's kind of weird. He's pale and kind of strange looking. Ralph Fiennes' version is Ralph Fiennes with a scar. Like, come on.
Yeah.
I love that John's like, oh, it makes sense that this guy thinks no one will love him because he's fucking ugly.
Yeah.
I mean, you said it, not me.
But it makes sense that it would take a blind person to fall in love with this guy.
Whoa! why making fun of him like that? Only a blind person could love him.
We love you, Tom Noonan.
No, but I mean,
But
he
yeah.
definitely got some makeup on to change his face.
Yeah, and like his hair's weird. His wardrobe is a choice.
Are you saying bald people are weird?
Yes.
This bald man is.
But in this version, like they do wait a long time before we shift to his POV, and I do really like that stuff. But again, in the Red Dragon movie, you get a lot more screen time for this character, and it's a lot more like this relationship's a lot more fleshed out in the other version. So that stuff I do prefer.
This is
in
why I
Red
want to
Dragon.
watch Hannibal season 3 because I think there's a middle ground between both films where it's like, oh, this is kind of the perfect way to adapt this material. And if anybody was going to do it right, it's probably that show.
Yeah, of course. Like Noah, this what's her name? This blind lady here, Ariba, I think. I do like the actress in this. I do like this version of this character. But in Red Dragon, you spend a lot more time with that version. Like this relationship, we take much more time with, and that stuff I do prefer.
Yeah, because
This happens very fast.
Yeah,
So-
it does happen really fast, and we'll get to it later. I think the way that he turns on her is a little contrived, but we'll get to that.
That bit, see that bit I actually like, but we'll get to it.
I like to that, Noah, because it's all in his head. He's seeing things that aren't there.
Yeah.
But real quick, Noah, do you recognize her?
Not really, no.
Okay, so that she's been in a couple things, but what you would mostly know her from is Eve Archer from Face Off, who is like either married or related. I can't remember at the moment to Nick Cage's character.
Okay, I'm gonna have to watch Face Off again because I don't remember.
And then it's funny that I mentioned these movies before, but she's also in the Bourne movie.
Oh, there you go. I should finally watch those.
You should. I mean, I can only speak for the first three because that's the only ones I've seen, but I remember they've been pretty good.
You didn't watch the Jeremy Renner one?
No, I do want to see the big comeback one with him.
The fifth
I
one.
heard that wasn't great.
But we got a meme out of it.
Yeah,
It was
we
worth
did.
it for the meme.
Jesus Christ, it's Jason Bourne.
because those books are weird. I don't know if you know this, Noah. That original author writes just that trilogy, and then years later they start getting new writers to write new Bourne books, and like they're still making Bourne books. So that's what those other book movies are adapting. Is just somebody else writing this character.
Oh, okay. So wait, was the Bourne Legacy the Jeremy Renner one that was based on a book?
Very loosely.
Very loosely.
Okay.
The Jeremy Renner character was made up for the movie to replace Matt Damon's character because Matt Damon didn't want to do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Imagine this as your first date. This is crazy.
Dude, I love this scene, and I actually prefer this scene in this version.
Really?
Tom Noonan, this Tooth Fairy guy, he's kind of weird, but he's got game. You should have more confidence.
I mean,
This is a hell of a first date.
Pulling out, going to
Fucking
pet a
tiger?
sedated tiger.
Motherfucking tiger? And this is in both versions. But, yeah, I think this scene is wonderful.
I love the
I-
jungle music they chose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I was first watching this, I was like, "Wait, is that a taxidermy tiger?" And then it
No,
blinks. So I was like, "Oh no!"
That's a real sedated tiger. And I think the guy there is just like an actual vet that they just used for this scene. Like, that's not an actor.
The actress that
which makes sense.
plays the blind woman in the Red Dragon version, she was just in Dune Prophecy, a show nobody watched.
Oh, yeah.
Is that Emily Watson?
Correct.
Yes. She's also in Corpse Bride. I didn't know that.
But no, this scene is great. Like when she listens to its heartbeat.
She's looking for a heartbeat. Whoa.
They might as well play that song in this movie. But John, earlier, I'm glad you mentioned though uh, this character like wanting to change and his fascination with the red dragon and stuff. Again, a lot of stuff that's very similar in Silence of the Lambs. We have a serial killer who wants to transform himself.
Yes.
Like it's a lot of the same ideas.
What I like about this version, and I think on a story level, I prefer this version, is I like that his goal is a lot loftier. Like he sees himself, because a lot of this isn't in this movie from what I remember, although apparently I missed some stuff. But no, the idea is he is turning into the Red Dragon. He is becoming something bigger than human
Okay.
uh, by killing these people. Whereas in Silence of the Lambs, it's like I just don't like being a dude.
Well, I didn't really get all of that, but it struck me more as like, oh, he just wants to be loved and accepted.
Yeah,
That's
I
what
think
This
that's
version kind of
portraying.
doubles down on that.
they play into
Whereas
that more. It seems, yeah.
in Red Dragon, we still get this stuff, and like he does have a relationship with this woman, but they make it clear like he has loftier goals. Like he sees himself becoming a god.
Which is why the tattoo scene is really important.
And
Yeah,
then they also the stuff with this woman because you mentioned you don't like how that goes down. That is completely different. In Red Dragon. He does not kill her.
well,
Okay.
he doesn't kill her in this, but he does try to.
I thought he killed her.
No, I'm pretty sure
No, I
she
think she
survives.
survives. Yeah.
Okay.
But this scene is in both versions and is very creepy because of course she's blind, she doesn't see what he's watching,
She doesn't
and
know what's going on.
it's
Yeah.
tapes of his next victim. It's like that's such a creepy scenario. And both versions execute it really well.
Yeah.
It's so you just feel so gross watching this.
Yeah, Tom Noonan, you're kind of messed up. But no, one thing that's different though, it's in the other version. This doesn't all happen on the first date. Like there are multiple scenes spread out throughout the movie.
Okay.
Like the tiger scene, and then this scene. Like it's not all the first date. Like it is spread out more. So you do spend more time fleshing out that relationship.
'Cause I like how
Here,
this
she's just
plays
kind of
out.
horny.
Yeah. I like how this plays out overall, but it did feel a bit rushed.
Mhm.
But then I don't know, because it's not the main focus of the movie, so
Right.
I'm fine with it ultimately. But yeah, now she immediately just goes in.
Yeah. Yeah, in both versions, she's like the one to instigate the
This
physical
this
intimacy.
version
It's
also
like,
just straight up just has the sex scene. Red Dragon just kind of fades to black over
yeah,
I didn't
it's
expect to see
it's
a
really
sex
awkward.
scene with the killer in this movie.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a love story. That's how they fucked up the marketing.
This
They should have marketed this as more of a romantic comedy. She's blind,
Romantic.
and he and he
and
is
he's a serial killer.
Okay, but real talk though, you could make that horror film.
Oh, totally.
I'd watch that.
And this really awkward, fully clothed sex scene.
But I do think Tom Noonan is great here, and I think does communicate a lot of this character's personality, like the pain and conflict he's going through. You do read that all on Tom Noonan's face. It is there, where he's just like, this was supposed to happen. I'm supposed to
This
become
wasn't
a
in the
red dragon.
plan. He didn't count on being happy.
Yeah, I didn't. The next scene is him crying at Tombstone.
Crying in front of the red dragon.
Yeah, and this is one of the very 80s songs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
This is a very Miami Vice scene where they'll just like let a song play out in its entirety over a scene.
I think this guy's got some issues.
Oh yeah, to say the least. But yeah, I do have kind of mixed feelings on the killer in this movie. Just I think ultimately I like him and I like how disturbing he is, but I could have used a little bit more character stuff in there.
That's
But
fair.
then
And
again, I
you
think
did get a
if
lot.
you but then I think if you explain too much, it becomes less scary. I don't
Right.
know.
But scenes like this, I think he really captures the pain this character's going through and
Yeah,
how conflicted he is. You do just get that all on his face.
yeah. So
Um,
there's enough there, but it's
yeah,
still
like
felt a little empty.
Buffalo Bill is definitely scarier and I think more interesting. But what I like about the Tooth Fairy, more so in the Red Dragon version, is that he is meant to be a bit more tragic and sympathetic. Where it's very clear that this
Mhm.
guy doesn't want to do what he's doing. Like it's not full split personality, but it is like just this compulsion
Well,
he
it's
has
funny
that he
Yeah.
can't
because you
control.
guys were quoting Phantasm a minute ago, but we do get kind of a straight up Batman scene in Red Dragon where he's like pleading with the
Oh yeah.
painting not to make him do
Yes.
this.
No,
Oh
that is
yes.
correct.
I was just joking about
Yeah.
like him pleading with the painting.
And here we have another.
Look at
now
that
now we have a
beautiful
sunrise.
sunrise.
Ah, I love that cinematography.
This movie's so sexy looking.
We get that. That's going to be our next short. Noah just saying this movie looks sexy.
Yeah, you can clip that. I don't care.
The thumbnail is Tom Noonan with the mask on.
No, it'll be Tom
Full
Noonan in
version.
that awkward sex scene.
I wanted to play the Tooth Fairy. He's a very sexy character.
He's a very the thing about the Tooth Fairy is a very sexy character.
Look at that boat. Big boat from Crystal Lake.
Oh yeah,
Under New York.
Jason Takes Manhattan's just playing off in the background.
That'd be canon.
I wish I was
I buy
watching
that these
Jason
take
Takes
place in the
Manhattan
same
right now.
universe. No, that opening montage, like the opening credits sequence of Jason Takes Manhattan, is just a Miami Vice scene.
It is. Yeah, that song is very Miami Vice.
Identifying the tiger tracks.
But I should have mentioned up top, Noah, the way I'm watching this movie, of course, is the official the Hannibal Lecter collection with
Oh,
Manhunter, Silence of the Lambs, and Hannibal.
so that's
The complete
totally
trilogy.
that's totally an official release there, isn't it?
No,
It's
it's
out here
official.
buying
I don't know why.
bootlegs.
Is it?
No, this is official. I bought this on Amazon.
Okay, no, because that surprises me that this movie is even collected with those other ones.
Yeah, okay, so they're all Dino De Laurentiis except Silence of the Lambs, which is here, but they didn't include Red Dragon, which I had to buy separately.
Which is
But is Dino
actually
De Laurentiis and actually
and,
canon with those?
and canon with the
Why?
other ones. Yeah, like what?
Like,
That
I
that
don't
is
get.
really
That is a
bizarre.
0 out of 10 set. It doesn't have Hannibal Rising, which everyone knows is the best one.
Okay, yeah, that's true. Yeah, Hannibal Rising is never collected in any box sets, but yeah, this is currently like if you want to get this movie, it's a very bare bones release, but it's the only way to get it. All the other copies are like out of print, like the Scream Factory version, and on the back, not in the movie, but you do see Tom Noonan with the Red Dragon tattoo.
Oh,
Like I said, they did shoot that scene, but it was cut
okay.
for some reason. So
That
there
is
you
the most
go.
bare bones release I have ever seen.
Yeah, no, there's no special features or anything.
Guys, Hannibal's back.
Yeah, that's our last Lecter scene. Yeah, I do really, even though it's over the phone, I really like kind of how calm this conversation is. You feel like they're interacting differently because it's over the phone, right? Where it's more chill than what we saw before, and it's like, why does it feel good? Like, because you get to be God. You get to feel what God feels like. That's why
This
the
is
kid
like the
becomes
only
this.
reference that we get to that.
Mhm.
I like the idea that it's just a chill, laid back conversation about murdering people.
Yeah. Also, we talked over it. There was a building we saw way in the distance where you could see the light of an elevator going up. That was deliberate. Michael Mann had a crew over there to
Wow.
be cued when to take that elevator up. Now you just do that on a green screen, but in the 80s you
Yeah.
have to do that for real.
Also, I love that shot of Peterson just standing in the rain before he walks
Looks
into the
great.
room.
I thought you were gonna say you like the shot of Hannibal, like with his feet up. Just
I
chill.
love that shot too.
Can we get Quentin Tarantino's Silence of the Lambs?
No.
It would be a lot bloodier. No,
Yeah.
this is the
Clarice
scene.
just drops the N word everywhere.
Oh god. No, this is the big scene though, where we kind of get in Will's head, seeing what he's seeing, putting himself in the space of the killer. Like I don't know how they did that effect with the lady with the mirrors in her eyes, but it looks really cool. It's very surreal sequence.
Yeah, it looks rough. I'm not a criticism, just that hasn't aged well.
For me, it's charming.
I thought it wasn't a criticism.
Stop criticizing this movie.
I like this bit of music right here.
This song's cool.
And oh, that two-timing bitch. She's
How
cheating on
dare
Tom Noonan.
how dare a man help her with something?
Well,
No,
what I like
this
about the
I
idea of
like
this
He
is
sees it, but
what I like about the idea of this is you do see a lot of relationships like this where when you're dating someone, like suddenly they don't want you to be anywhere near like a member of the opposite gender.
opposite sex. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that they make it very clear that what he's seeing is this very romantic, heightened, intimate moment, and what actually happens is, oh no, he was just like picking a thing out of her hair or something. Like
Very mundane.
there's nothing romantic going on with the two of them, but that's not how Tom Noonan's character
Yeah.
sees it.
Because he's crazy.
You just call him the Blob.
And you just call me Blob. Yeah, so Noah, this is in the other version, and he will kidnap her. The climax just plays out very differently in the other version. This is much more simplified and shortened.
I didn't realize Red Dragon had brought back the screenwriter from Silence.
It did, yeah. And again, I think that was part of the reaction to Hannibal because that movie was so polarizing. They were like, maybe let's get the silent screenwriter back.
Because
Let's
he
play it
turned
safe.
down Hannibal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but also
car apart.
But also, this guy you do feel a lot more bad for in this version because like he's just a guy. He seems cool, and then when Dollarhide kills him, you're like, oh man, that's
For
not
nothing.
fun. Yeah, for absolutely nothing. Like this guy's fine. In Red Dragon, though, he is a more developed character, but he is clearly romantically interested in her and is more of an asshole. So again, it's not a criticism. It's just in that one they want you to sympathize more with the Ray Fiennes take. So this guy's kind of a douche, and when he dies, like, don't feel bad about it. Uh, so again, just comparing and contrasting them is interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, why do you have this
think,
pink light in your hallway? They want
I think part of it for me too is I find the internal struggle that he's going through to be compelling. But then ultimately, the reason that he can't be with this woman is because of himself. But it also, I don't know, it feels like it's not related to the internal struggle. It's just based on some random thing he saw.
Yeah, well, in this version, it's like he ends up changing his mind, and is gonna kill her instead of that family he was targeting.
Yeah.
In the other version, that's not really what's going on. The other version's a
The
lot
other
more
version makes it
complex.
much more clear that, like, ultimately he thinks he's changing into this godlike being, but his ultimate goal at the end is he just wants to be wanted and loved,
Mm.
Yeah.
because of, and that's why they include like the abuse from his grandmother.
But also, he thinks he has to kill her because she's getting in the way of that.
Yeah,
It's that's conundrum. And this scene I love. Again, one of my favorite Will scenes in the movie, where he says, "No, my heart bleeds for this guy when he was a kid. Uh, somebody manufactured a monster out of this child, and that's horrible. But I also hate the man he's become, and I want to kill him." You know, is part of why I love this version of this character. You kind of get that in the version; it's just very brief. But like, this is a scene here I like a lot. Kind of that inner conflict and what it takes to be in that headspace in this position where one half of you will sympathize with this killer, like, oh god, like what must have happened to them to turn them into this monster, and then the other half of you will naturally hate them for these evil,
Yeah.
horrible things they've done. It's just that really interesting dichotomy. What's interesting about this twist is they do show their hand really early, because we do see Dollarhide looking at these tapes. They don't hide that from you, but
Right.
like if you're not paying attention, you still might miss that. That's
You could
kind of the
just not be
linchpin in what's
thinking
going
about
on.
it.
Yeah, like no, did this twist play for you? Because I think it's really interesting.
It played for. I mean, yeah, you're right that they show their hand early, and I was picking up on that, but at the same time, it didn't feel like, oh, I'm waiting for the characters to catch up to me. I was still with it as it
Mm.
was going.
I just think it's kind of a clever twist for the time. Like, okay, what is the connection with these families? Like, why is the serial
Yeah.
killer targeting? Like, what is the connection? Oh, the tapes that we've been looking at. That's the
Yeah.
connection. And I think it's smart. I think it's thought out the way like this killer is somebody in his job comes across these tapes and looks at and then will
Mhm.
fixate on people, and that's how he picks out his victims. Like that side of it, I think is pretty well thought out.
They also don't spell it out for you right before Graham figures it out.
Mhm.
It's like they just show it. They're not like holding your hand or anything. They just show it from the killer's perspective, and then you see Graham figure it out. So it's not
Yeah.
like it's revealing everything to you before the twist happens.
Mhm. Yeah, and this is one of my favorite scenes in the movie. The way he's piecing this together, and then the way the music kicks in. It's very cheesy and very
Yeah,
80s, and I love it.
it is, but I have to admit, like I'm into it. Like I don't know, just the timing of the music cue. It's just good. It's just a well crafted scene.
It's good.
It's good.
Good.
You can quote me on that. I said it's good.
put that on the box.
It's also just the culmination of everything with him, all the scenes of him like getting into the killer's head and saying,
Mhm.
"Ah, you did this to them, didn't you?"
Mhm.
It's just a cathartic moment.
This is also a twist that only works in the context of the 80s. Because if you wrote the
Yeah.
story now, it's like, yeah, you watched their TikToks, didn't you? That's how you knew what their house looked like.
Can we please get
you
the modern day Hannibal trilogy? The
Jesus.
TikToks, Clarice, do they still scream?
you filmed the Fortnite dance, didn't you?
Why is Hannibal in jail? He made memes out of eating people.
I also think the lesson of this movie is these husbands recording these videos. You're filming your wives too much, you pervy guys. So it's really the husband's fault for making these videos when you think about it.
Hey, like
You
we
agree
were
with
Are
me?
you
saying
saying
earlier,
that Francis Dollarhead is the victim here?
Yes.
like we were saying earlier, the '80s were a very horny time, so it makes sense. I also like the shot of him looking out the window.
Hmm.
This movie's so cool.
I like the shot of him looking out the window. Every Michael Mann movie.
Yeah.
You've seen these films. Yeah, and it's very 80s lingo, but I love it. Again, the way he's like sympathizing or relating. There's like he keeps calling him my man, which is
My
such a
man.
weird choice, but I love it.
Now, you said that Red Dragon plays it a little bit more ambiguous to when it takes place. Do they keep all this stuff with developing the home movies and all that?
Yes. Yeah, they
Okay.
do keep like VHS tape, which is funny. I don't even think it's bad, but the scene when they find like one of the family's VHS tapes, they like open a drawer and it's all Universal movies on
Oh,
VHS
okay.
tapes. You see like Jaws in there, you see E.T. because there's a Universal
Well, yeah, yeah.
movie.
It's just like
But
when Sony
it
has product placement in their movies.
right. But in terms of like hairstyles and fashion and stuff, that movie is very ambiguous.
Modern.
With yeah, modern-ish.
Okay.
Yeah, like I don't remember like 2000s looking cars and stuff, but there's no like it's not a very like oh this is the 80s movie. Again, it's just kind of
Yeah.
vague.
I'm trying to think.
Inagata Davida.
Vague, but I buy that it's in the 90s.
Sure. I'm not even saying that I don't, but I mean Silence of the Lambs is what like 91.
Early?
Yeah, it's early 90s.
Oh yeah, it is nice. So, assuming that movie takes place like the year it comes out, Red Dragon would have to take place at the same time because it's literally like right before
Right.
it.
Oh no, he's playing his music.
He's playing his '70s rock.
This
Is
was
this
my
the
favorite
song?
scene of the movie. I like this song, but also I love a good musical scene, and I love the way they use this song.
Hmm. Is this the song that's like 20 minutes long? So
Yes.
it just
Something like
plays in
that.
real yeah, it just plays in real time.
No,
It's playing in
Inagata
20
Davida is
minutes.
really long.
It's
That's
just like
awesome.
that over and over.
No, it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, the set design of his place is so weird in this movie. You get stuff of like the moon and Mars, and it's like space. He doesn't want to live on Earth. Like I don't know what to do with it. It's just weird. Because in the book and in the other version, he lives in like a mansion that was his grandmother's or something.
We've
Um,
cut the grandma altogether.
mhm.
Yeah, there's really nothing about that in this. Because I didn't even pick up on the dentures thing. I don't, if that's in this movie.
All you get is when he puts them in when he's torturing Stephen Ling's character.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he does put them in, and he goes in to bite him, and then we just cut away.
Okay.
But that does happen in this version. And
But
here
we
we
also
have
get them showing like a clay or like
yeah,
a model of them.
hmm. And here we have as Officer Fisk, weird name. Uh, that
Wilson.
is that is Frankie Faison, who will go on to play Barney, the guard or the orderly in Silence of the Lambs, and the rest of that franchise.
Wait, so is he looking for Vanessa in this movie?
Yep.
Might as well.
No, you ate Vanessa.
So this actor has technically been in more Hannibal Lecter movies than any other actor. Good for him, I guess.
How do you figure?
Well, because he's in this, and then he's in Silence and Red Dragon and Hannibal. So he's in 4 movies out of 5.
Okay. I didn't realize he was in Hannibal. You just said he was in
Yeah,
Silence of the Lambs.
yeah. There's that whole thing. They had to change it from the book, but there's like an X-ray they needed to get to like locate Hannibal or something. There's something weird they had it because okay, remember how in the book Hannibal does he have like an extra finger or
Oh,
something?
you know what? I vaguely remember that.
Yeah. So in the Hannibal book, that's how they're able to locate him, but they didn't do that in the movie, so they had to change it where they're like, well, Hannibal like broke his arm or something, and we need an X-ray to max. Like it's very convoluted.
The only thing I remember about Hannibal is just that the bad guy's plot is to feed Hannibal to pigs.
Yeah, that I think is in both versions
Why did
It
he punch
is.
that mirror in slow motion, man?
because it's cool.
I just like the idea that people have the ability to move in slow motion in this universe.
I like that they can land this jet and he can drive all the way to that place, like in the span of that song.
Uh, oh, I believe it.
But yeah, we really streamline and shorten this climax in this version. Make it more of just a standard shootout.
Like Goofy
Um,
the punches too. Like that's like the weakest punch.
yeah, it's like, am I ahead of you now?
Yes,
God
it's
damn
fine.
it.
Yeah.
Well, and we're gonna get to it in a bit. I do think the final shootout in this is a little clunky.
It's
I
weird.
don't-
There's a lot
It's
of
weirdly
jump cuts.
edited.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but there's enough
Um,
of them that you know it's deliberate, right? If it was
I
just
just
one, it would be weird. But there's a
yeah,
bunch.
I just don't get the thought process behind that choice, but whatever.
It was the '80s. I don't know. We were all high on
uh,
cocaine, Noah.
they were doing a lot of coke.
Will, you're not gonna need that. Just wait for the SWAT guys. No, I have to kill him.
Also, um, also they're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna let's turn our lights off, and then they immediately crash into a tree.
Yeah, that part's weird. It just disappeared. It's like a ghost car. I don't know.
Oh, what happened?
Kill the lights. Oh shit, dude. I can't brake. The brakes are broken.
The brakes, they do nothing. Then you get this scene where the camera smacks on some more branches.
That's
Whoever directed
how
this
you know
is
it's
real
real.
amateur. Oh yeah.
I hope they get that Rush Hour guy to direct the next one.
Yeah, I hope they get that X-Men 3 guy.
Before that movie exists.
I don't know, I was just trying to I can't think of any more Brett Ratner movies. Tower Heist.
Oh, I remember when I was a kid, when I was seeing advertising for that, I wanted to see it. I just never got around to it. I heard it wasn't very good.
We'll watch it tomorrow. Along with Scary Movie 2.
We do have to make Robert watch Scary Movie too.
That is true. Oh, Brett Ratner did that Dwayne Johnson Hercules movie.
Oh, he
Oh,
did. I forgot
I didn't know
about
that.
that.
That was his
That was
last movie.
That was the same year as that other Hercules movie, which
That
everyone
was
keeps
so
calling
weird.
on.
Like, why did we have two Hercules movies that year?
It happens a lot.
And apparently both of them sucked.
Yeah.
I remember the other one getting more memed on.
Mhm.
I think the Dwayne Johnson one just kind of came and went.
Yeah.
Yeah, Red Dragon is probably Brett Ratner's best movie, but I do like the first two Rush Hour movies.
Yeah. I like him too.
Eh.
Leave it to
Oh, Noah's a
fucking
Rush Hour hater.
hipster Noah over here. Oh, this movie's good, so I'm gonna hate it.
We have Shane Black at home. But here we are. I forgot he
Stop
throws
it.
them into a fridge.
Yeah, you're way ahead of us.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll shut up.
my favorite. Well, you already passed it, but my favorite scene is when for no reason
He
he slow motion
smashes through the window.
jumps through the window. Just shoot him, Will. What are you doing? Like the scene's amazing.
I love that Inagata Devita picks back up after all this time.
Yes. No, this is the most 80s scene in this movie.
What is this? Friday the 13th Part 4?
John, the band, he's not playing it through a cassette or anything. The band is just in his house.
Yeah.
And they know exactly when to kick
I thought
in.
you were going to say the band was in his head, so that's how they know how to kick in.
Or yeah, that too.
But for some of the gunfire in this sequence, like uh, uh they didn't have many rigs and stuff. They would just smash shit on camera. Like they just smashed some bottles on the ground to simulate gunfire, and some pieces of glass went into William Peterson's leg.
Ouch.
Ooh.
So like, and also I love the way how casual Tom Noonan is with that shotgun, just one-handed. Like I respect it.
He's got good aim.
Robert, when are we going to get Michael Mann directing a Friday the 13th movie?
I'd watch it.
I mean, he should have done Jason Takes Manhattan. That would have been the coolest Friday movie.
No, imagine him directing Jason. Imagine him
Nice.
directing Jason Goes to Hell.
I'd watch it too. I need that movie of just Jason blankly staring at sunsets, contemplating life.
Jason
Yeah.
standing in the rain in front of a glass window. Beautiful sunset in the background.
Yeah. But yeah, some of the jump cuts in that shootout are really awkward.
Yeah, and
It's
they play
a
with the
choice.
frame rate too, and it's
Yeah.
just like, why?
It's like, ugh. One thing though that is in this that's not in the other version that I'm pretty sure is from the book is Will getting cut on the face. They don't do that in the other version for some reason, but I think that is from the book. I think Will's face gets pretty fucked up in this.
Do you think that's a Norton thing?
Maybe. That doesn't sound like a Norton thing to me. That sounds more like a studio. Well, if we make a sequel, we don't want to cut up his face thing. That seems like something Norton would be game for.
Yeah,
What say
because I
you,
know
Noah?
that I mean, I know Norton has been
Difficult to work
known to
with.
be difficult to work with. I don't think he. It doesn't seem like he has much of like an image problem with that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Not like The Rock or Vin Diesel refusing to lose fights
Yeah,
in movies. I don't think Norton really has that.
because when
Yeah, I mean,
Norton's
I don't
difficult
know.
to work with, it's more about him like caring about the material, from what I've
Mhm.
heard.
Perfectionist,
Right.
wanting to be more in control.
I'm still so sad that he is no longer our Hulk.
He's my favorite.
Yeah. I
We
don't
wouldn't
even
have
hate Mark Ruffalo, but Norton's better.
Stone to Hulk if Norton stuck around.
Yeah. Yeah, see, John, she survived. She'll be fine.
Why? For some reason, I remember a scene where she gets stabbed. But
She just gets close.
I was watching this at like 2
So,
in the
like,
morning and playing video games. So
so- Boy, this woman's life is kind of ruined. At least her relationship life. She is never sleeping with another man again. Like, you roll the dice, and sometimes you end up with a serial
You know
killer.
what's
That
interesting
sucks.
too, Robert? I don't know if you had this thought because she's blind and ends up dating a serial killer. Probably accidentally, it becomes kind of the fucked up inverse of like the Thing and Alicia Masters from Fantastic Four.
Yeah, yeah. Well, they're playing with similar themes, just in a very different
The
direction,
Thing isn't a serial killer.
as far as we know. I love this '80s power ballad "Heartbeat"
Yeah,
so much.
this '80s ass song kicks in to
This
end the
could be the
movie.
end of a Rocky movie, and it's awesome.
I love that whoever that is, it's just like posing for the camera.
That was well.
Yeah,
No,
so Robert, in the director's cut, there's an extra scene here right before
Okay.
this, which is like the biggest difference.
Interesting. Yeah, here we just go for happy ending, and we see William Peterson in the shortest shorts ever.
I was gonna
Uh,
And it's
I
amazing.
commented on that when I first watched this.
Not the shortest ever, though. There's that one guy, I think in Friday the 13th, part one. One of the Friday the 13th that has like the shortest shorts to ever exist.
It was the '80s.
All right, now this is an interesting debate to have. What's a more '80s movie, this or Rocky 4?
Well,
Rocky 4.
wins every. But
Yeah.
this hits a lot of the beats to the point of ending on a freeze frame.
Oh,
I
yeah.
love it.
This hits a lot of the beats, but like Rocky 4 is like the 80s movie.
It's about communism.
Rocky
This
stopped
movie's got,
communism.
like 5 montages too.
Yeah, no, that movie's 70% montages. No, I mean I do love this final shot. This final beach shot.
Oh
It's
shit,
glorious.
they want me to watch Hannibal next.
We're gonna do that
I know that was
instead.
on Prime.
We pick such a weird moment to freeze frame. Like the kid like turns around in his mid throw or walk, and it's just it's like an ending of Police Squad.
You expect a dog to run by them or something.
It's like that was Manhunter.
What a fun romp. Oh my god, someone help Robert. He's stuck.
Oh god, it's even creepier. Like he's doing a almost perfect freeze frame, but then his eyes are moving, like something out of a Scooby Doo movie.
Yeah, like why do we pick that moment to freeze frame? It's so weird. It's like
That's
out
so
of
funny.
context. It's like, is this the end of a baseball movie? What am I looking at?
Yes.
So but yeah, I really like this picture.
That's Manhunter.
Manhunter. Men were hunted.
One of the coolest movies ever made.
I wouldn't go that
It's so
far.
cool, bro.
It is pretty good.
Yeah.
All right. So that was our commentary for Manhunter. We are going to take a 5 minute break and watch Red Dragon. No, are you sure you don't want to stay for Red Dragon? See the differences? Come on.
I'm sorry guys, I gotta get going, but
Come on. What are you
day.
showing me here?
It's fine.
It's all good. You guys don't need me. You got it covered.
You bastard.
I'm interested to check it out at some point though. I'm kind of in the mood to watch those other movies.
Yeah, I'm in the mood to rewatch all
Yeah,
of
I'm
these
like in the
again.
Hannibal mood now.
Yeah.
I want to go
sure.
through the
Yeah.
show, read the books.
I want to watch Silence of the Lambs again.
But if you're watching after the fact, thank you very much for that. We do appreciate it. And if you're watching live, stick with us. We'll be back in 5-ish minutes.
Later.
Okie dokie. Bye bye. Oh god, he's freeze framed again.
Red Dragon is in
Still
on the
going.
freeze frame.
Oh, it better.
Oh, I wish Red Dragon ended on a freeze frame with Anthony Hopkins like smiling, looking at the camera.
No, that would. You could do that like for a horror effect. I
For
think that
real,
would legit
yeah.
be effective. No, that would be
Well,
cool. All right,
well,
yeah, but I'm gonna head out of here.
it's
It
fine.
was
I gotta take a 5-minute break. But love having you,
yeah,
Noah. Glad you liked the movie.
yeah,
This
it was,
underrated picture.
it was good talking to you guys. Have a good rest of the stream.
Oh, thank you. Later.
Bye bye.
Have you returned?
I come back to you now at the turn of the tide.
You couldn't show up earlier? No.
It's just all of Lord of the Rings.
But I'm so used to us doing hour and a half long movies on these double feature commentaries. So I'm like, oh fuck, these are about 2 hours.
That last like half hour is like, oh god, this movie's not over yet. Welcome back, everyone. I just have to fix the cameras because Noah's an a-hole.
He just didn't want to hear us talk trash about Brett Ratner. He just couldn't take it.
You can hate Rush Hour.
Rush Hour's great.
We have Shane Black at home. Okay. Like you don't like any like rip-offs of other movies. Not rip-offs, but you know what I mean. Welcome everyone back to Haven of Horror. We're doing Red Dragon, the Kung Fu movie. Okay, so what's interesting, Robert, is the director's cut of Manhunter is 2 hours and 4 minutes. The theatrical cut is 2 hours and even. Red Dragon is 2:04.
2 hours. Yeah.
What is happening? Whoa. Did not mean to do that.
So this so both this and the previous movie Hannibal were produced by Dino De Laurentiis, but I think distributed by Universal Pictures. And then Hannibal Rising was the last Dino De Laurentiis one, and then he got a different distributor for that. Which again, this movie was distributed by Universal, which is why I don't understand why it's not on this Universal collection. Very strange, but we're going to talk about this movie. Yeah, this is an old Blu-ray. Oh god, one of the bonus features is Brett Ratner's student film.
No, wait.
Why is that here? Also,
What?
feature commentary with the director Brett Ratner. Yeah, no thanks.
I'm sure he will have many insights to shooting the film.
Also, a director's journey bonus feature. There's
What?
a lot of Brett Ratner
Bonus
on this.
features about Brett Ratner.
The true auteur.
Like, I like this movie, but he's director-wise, he's a step down from whoever did Silence of the Lambs. I don't know their name.
Yeah, for sure. Well, and the look of this movie is very. It's just copying both that and what Ridley Scott did with Hannibal. Both those movies, like, just do that. Like, it's fine. Like, it's shot competently.
Are you ready, good sir?
I'm ready.
In 3, 2, 1, play.
And Silence of the Lambs, by the way, was directed by Jonathan Demme, a filmmaker I'm not that familiar with outside of that movie, even though it's one of my absolute favorites.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, he's not one of those that comes up as like, oh, this guy is like a must. It's just like, oh, you got to see Silence of the Lambs.
He's no Brett Ratner.
Probably because he hasn't made shit since Silence of the Lambs. Like, remember the Manchurian Candidate?
Oh, that classic remake.
His last movie was called Ricky and the Flash.
I do like this prologue though. Like I do like this flashback with.
Okay, now I feel kind of bad. Apparently, he died
Oh, that's a shame.
like in 2017.
Yeah, well that would explain it, John. You're like, this guy hasn't done shit in
Well,
years. Like, yeah, that's why.
but I stand by the fact that he made one great film, and nothing else in his
He-
filmography is jumping out to me.
yeah, love Silence of the Lambs, one of my absolute favorites. So, part of one thing that's unfortunate with this getting made over a decade after Silence is Anthony Hopkins is noticeably older.
Yeah. He's still good.
He's still great.
I'm
This
kind
is
of glad they
oddly-
didn't recast, just because at the time, I don't think that would have been a good idea.
Right.
Honestly, though, I would have made this before Hannibal.
Me too. Again, I get why they didn't make this in the 90s, because Manhunter would have been a lot more recent.
Mhm.
Where it's like, oh, they already made that movie.
But they
But I
didn't
don't
wait
know,
very
but-
long after the 90s to make this.
I mean, Hannibal comes out a full decade after Silence, and then this is made
True.
immediately after that.
But yeah, see, this is what I mean. Is like I like that we get to see what he was like, mingling with these high society stuck up people.
Yeah. How do you feel about his ponytail?
Uh it's goofy.
It's choice. that's.
But I
that's how
buy
you know
it
he's young
for
and hip.
I buy it for this crowd who aren't really in touch but think they're in touch. Like I like that. I think that he's playing a part.
Yeah, I don't know if this is from the book, but him targeting this guy and then feeding him to these people is great. But remember with Hannibal, as I guess this wasn't made first just because the Hannibal. I get why after Silence of the Lambs, though, it's, well, we got to make a sequel because that movie ends on kind of a cliffhanger with Hannibal getting out. So I get why that's the next movie you want to make. It just ends up taking 10 years because it's in development hell for forever. And then Hannibal, should say, as polarizing as that movie is, made a shit ton of money. So when that comes out, they're immediately like, well, we have this other book. I guess we could just do that again. Because
What I
this
like
comes out
about
like a year and a half after Hannibal. They make this movie fast.
what I like about Ed Norton in this role is he's got that kind of awkward outsider energy, whereas the other one, like, yeah, there is more of that instability there than I let on. I definitely picked up on that same feeling, but he comes off as the cool cop. He's kind of
He does.
this guy is like, no, this is a weird guy. He's
Yeah. Well,
a nerd.
William Peterson is like 80s cool cop who doesn't play by the rules. You know, he has that energy.
Yeah.
Edward Norton's a little more just socially awkward.
Anthony Hopkins looked really old in this scene specifically.
Mm-hmm. And what's funny too is you could have done just a whole movie on just this relationship, but then that's what the TV show would end up being. Like, yeah, that dynamic's interesting. Let's just do more of that.
It would be that familiar silence formula where he's helping solve crimes, but nobody knows that he's the killer yet.
Mm-hmm.
And I do know in the show that relationship turns sour really quick.
And then this will also make it interesting finally watching, or in your case, rewatching Hannibal Rising. It'd be interesting to watch that film and then immediately watch this one and just see how much you buy that version of Hannibal growing up into this.
Yeah, because
Not
I
saying he
know
does or doesn't.
that the main thing I remember from that movie is it is very much a sympathetic guy succumbing to the darkness in him. We got to do that.
Yeah, do you remember if the Hannibal book is like all from Clarice's point of view, or do they like jump
I feel like
with
I
both her and Hannibal?
vaguely remember. I'm pretty sure it's they jump because that story is weird because Clarice is after Hannibal, but Mason Verger is also after Hannibal. So to tell the story, you kind of have to jump around POVs because he's sticking to that three-way game.
The, one thing that stood out to me as an Easter egg in this set that I'm not sure if I like or not. He has framed bugs like moths and shit that is clearly a Silence of the Lambs reference.
Silence of the
Forced.
Silence of the Rams. The Rams,
Today.
Clarice. Do they still?
Yeah, she stole a baby one. I don't know. Is that too cutesy of an Easter egg for you, or are you fine with it?
I didn't even notice it, so sure.
Yeah.
No, that probably is a little too on the nose.
And also, I'm not saying it's a problem because I don't know how if this plays out the same way in the book. Because I know in both versions, it's like, oh, I saw like this book and pieced it together. In the context of this movie, it's a book that's just out, like bookmarked and everything for Will just to find, and then this fight happens. So later, when Hannibal Lecter's like, "Do you know how you caught me? It's because you're crazy. You're like me." It's like, no, he caught you because he left the book out. It was
No,
bookmarked and everything.
to be fair, that's not the book. That's not the same book that he had. He saw in another book, and he pieced it together. He just happened to see that book while waiting for Hannibal.
Now, was Hannibal shot like 5 times?
I don't think so.
How do you feel about the arrows? That was a weird choice.
I like those better than I do the shots. Because, Hannibal's a high society collector. He would have some kind of antique arrows. And that's just Will Graham like grabbing the first thing that's next to him.
Yeah, he's not a hunting guy, or at least so we think. But yeah, I could buy him collecting like antique weapons.
He's a hunter, just not that kind of hunter.
Exactly. He's the most dangerous game kind of hunter. I do like this opening credit sequence a lot with the clippings from Dollar Hyde. It's a good
For a second
montage
there,
catching us up.
when Emily Watson popped up on screen, I read Emma Watson. I was like, she's like 8. What?
She's the blind chick.
Oh, no. Wait. Hermione and Voldemort in a very uncomfortable relationship.
Oh, no, you're right. It's that thing. Yeah, and I also like that they set up the photo.
I love the dedication to the red and white font.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Elfman does the score here.
Yeah, that's just weird. We don't have a consistent composer for this franchise. Silence of the Lambs is Howard Shore. Hannibal was Hans Zimmer. And then this one was Danny Elfman.
I don't love the idea. I'd have to keep an ear out on the score. I don't love the idea of Elfman on this because Elfman's a very traditional composer.
There's a lot of Elfman cues I noticed.
For this kind of series, I would think you'd want something grungier, like a Trent Reznor or
Yeah, that's what's funny. As successful as Seven was, you'd think that guy, get that guy for the Silence of the Lambs sequel.
And
turn it down.
Well, what's weird too is that Reznor doesn't do a lot of film scores after that until the later 2000s, and I think he gets back into it working with Fincher because he does the Social Network. Mm-hmm. And apparently he did the Watchmen show and nobody told me.
Oh, yeah. He did that movie Challengers, right? That was Trent Reznor.
Yes, that score is phenomenal.
Yeah.
I'm not a
So,
score
speaking of,
guy. I listen to Trent Reznor scores.
yeah, and now the title card is just several years later, so we're kind of vague about what exact year we're in.
But I think Silence is also vague, isn't it?
Sure. It's just if you're looking at clothing and cars and shit, you can tell that it was made in the early 90s.
Yeah. Okay, Robert. Question. I never thought about this. Is this the set from The Punisher?
It could be.
It kind of looks like the where they run down Maria and that kid.
It does. Yeah. And this is like 2 years earlier. If they filmed at the same location, it could be.
That's amazing.
How do you feel about Harvey Keitel as Jack Crawford here?
He's fine. He's just. I don't know.
Yeah, he's fine. I just wish it was Scott Glenn for the sake of consistency, because I like Scott Glenn a lot in the
Yeah.
Silence movie. Yeah, my only gripe with the filmmaking is like I don't need this to be an anamorphic, and I don't know if this was shot on digital or film. It was probably shot on film, but I do wish it didn't look so 2000s to me. I wish they went for a more 90s old-fashioned look. Just the way it's lit, and like there's a lot more color correction and stuff like that. Not that it looks bad.
I forgot that Scott Glenn is Stick. So it's like I know that name. Oh, now I really need to rewatch Silence of the Lambs because I need to see him in that role. That's
Yeah,
weird.
Scott Glenn is in like every 90s movie, and then Daredevil, and I have no idea what he did in the 20 years in between.
I don't know.
So, does Bookwill have blonde hair? Like, I'm not even saying it's a problem. It's like, oh, we dyed Ed Norton's hair blonde for some reason.
I don't remember. I'm
weird.
almost inclined to say no because this is the only one that has blonde hair. I don't know about Manhunter because I think that's just that actor's hair.
Mhm.
But then in the show, he has dark hair, and it's very messy. Like the Will Graham in the show is a very not well put together person because of who he is.
Mhm. Yeah, and in this one we have Mary Louise Parker as his wife, who I think is fine. She was in tons of stuff at the time. Fried green tomatoes, bunch of movies, popular actress. Here, she's just kind of stock movie wife. I don't really get much from her until the end when she gets to do something.
So you mentioned the slice down the face and them not doing it in here. It's interesting that you say that because that's a plot point in Silence of the Lambs. We get in the book. I forgot about this, but I just looked it up. We get one reference to him that he's a drunk down in Florida with a face that's hard to look at. So just fuck him, I guess. I guess he just is miserable for the rest of his life.
We were talking about this the other day, like, oh, what if we did a legacy sequel or something and brought him back? And you were like, oh, well, how they'd probably do it is the cliche, like, oh, he's miserable and
This is the way you could
we
get
do
away
it
with
so
it,
good.
yeah.
I'm like, yeah, that is from the books though, because I
Yeah.
mentioned that. And I was like, no, I heard that in the book he's mentioned that his life's real shitty, and that's so yeah. Book will it doesn't work out for him. His life just sucks now, and we never bring him back for some reason.
That's because Silence took off, right? That's why Clarice is back in
Yeah.
Hannibal.
Right. Yeah. Would have been cool if he brought back Will 2. I'm not sure why he didn't, but it was clearly like, well, you're writing this to make a movie, and we're gonna bring Clarice back for the other movie.
I would love to see what the author of these books thinks of the Hannibal show.
Yeah, again, he's apparently just kind of a chill guy. I don't think strong opinions on any the adaptations. I think I've heard quotes from him before where he's like, "I try not to look at them too closely. Like my books are mine, and they can do their thing, but I don't." Which is funny because he didn't writing the screenplay for the last movie. But yeah, I don't think he had strong opinions either way. But the show, I don't know if he looked at that at all. Because I think he's been asked before, like, well, what do you think about like these actors as Hannibal? And I think he said, like, well, I don't see any of them as my Hannibal. My book Hannibal is very much its own thing, and then the actors can do their own thing with it.
It's a
So
good
he
way
gave
to
his
look at it.
blessing. So yeah, like he gave his blessing, he just wasn't that involved.
So you might be right about Manhunter being more closer to that book, because in the book, I guess he is closer to just a stock protagonist. But I appreciate these later adaptations, which try to give him a little more distinction,
Mm.
especially when you're trying to differ him from like Clarice, because Todd Harris was like, "You liked what I did at that time? I'll do it again."
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, this scene isn't bad. I just don't care for the jump scare sound effects. Uh, it's just like spooky. Like,
Yeah, I don't love the sound choice in that.
and then we're
But I
getting
do like the way it's shot, where it's like you're kind of in the eyes of the protagonist, so you don't know what you're walking into. But I didn't need the sound effect.
right. It's a very 2000s choice.
Ed Norton is an actor I want to see more stuff that he's been in. I like him in
Yeah.
everything I've seen him in.
Me too. Even if he is difficult to work with, I'm like,
But if it is just that he cares about the characters he's playing, I could think of worse things.
Yeah. Well, Val, and granted, there were a couple movies. One movie in particular where Val Kilmer was being kind of an asshole. But for a lot of his work, he also had that reputation of being difficult to work with. And it's like, no, it's just because he cares. Like he's a Juilliard actor.
Isn't the big one that he was really hard to work with was Batman Forever? Because I remember reading something where Joel Schumacher was like there were days he wouldn't even come out of his trailer.
He was hard to work with, but more in that it was just a bad experience. Like because he hated being in that suit.
Mm-hmm.
That was what kind
Ben
of
Affleck has been talking about that recently. I saw an interview with him.
Yeah,
because we can't stop asking him about Batman. I feel so bad for him.
That's the tricky thing with those suits. It's not like James Bond where you can expect an actor to do 6 or 7 of those movies. It's like no, until we simplify those Batman suits are a freaking nightmare to film in. It's a miracle when an actor does 3 of those things.
Yeah, because he talked about it's already hot and he sweats a lot, but then you put the cowl on and it's suffocating.
And one thing Val Kilmer talked about on Batman Forever was he couldn't hear, he could barely move. It was just a very isolating.
Especially with those
with the
rubber. And funny enough, I saw because Ben Affleck is doing press for that The Accountant 2, which is wild that movie's coming out this late. Somebody's like, "Are you coming back for Daredevil at Doomsday?" I was like, "What?
Why would you ask him that?" Yeah. Yeah, I hope
and he is aware of the new.
One.
He is aware of the new Daredevil. I bet you he's watched that Netflix show.
Yeah. Well, that was a character he actually cared about.
Mm-hmm.
He actually.
Well, I get the feeling him and both characters that he signed on for was because he cared about those characters. And he's
Yeah,
good in both of them. He just got screwed over by circumstances.
Oh, absolutely. Because I mean, him and Kevin Smith, were friends. I mean, they're still friends, but back in the day, like, yeah, they were both into genuine, like, geeky,
Mm-hmm.
dirty shit. Their careers just went in very different directions.
Speaking of actors though being hard to work with, I don't know if you remember this, but remember when that one guy that was attached to the Witcher show tried to accuse Henry Cavill of being really hard to work with, and
No.
people were just like, "No, it's just because you weren't doing the source material. Like he was there to do The Witcher, and you guys wanted to do your own thing."
Mm-hmm.
But I like where like you can see him kind of seeing what probably might have happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, again, I don't need the jump scare noises, but you do see a lot more of, like, the gruesome imagery.
Mm-hmm.
And it's scenes like this that are just word for word the same.
Yeah.
Um,
What I like about this one is he is a little more expressive. Like you're right, Will Peterson is doing a lot with his face that I just didn't pick up on the first time. But I like that
mm.
it's a more physical performance
Yeah, there's a lot
for
more
this guy.
movement. It's choreographed differently.
And Ed Norton is really good at that like awkward, kind of unstable guy. Like they picked the perfect guy for this time period.
But also, and part of why I appreciate Manhunter so much is that we get this version too. Like, if we lived in the reality where Manhunter was like the only adaptation of these books
For sure, yeah.
we ever got, like, I could see people being more critical of it. Like, oh man, you really gutted a lot of interesting stuff out of the book, and then that's all you get. But because of what we get after, I can appreciate it as its own different take.
I have that too.
That's always nice.
No, no, Ed Norton was in those Knives Out movies, or at least in
Oh
one
yeah,
of them.
he's in the second one. Oh, and here we have Bill Duke from Predator.
Yeah,
He's one of those, like, oh, a Brett Ratner regular because he's also in X-Men 3 as
well,
Trask.
not only him, but Quill Guy is in this movie.
That is true. That guy is in this movie. Wow, all the Brett Ratner regulars.
I had
Duke,
a really
put together again for the
awkward
first time.
I had a really awkward moment when we did Hannah or Predator, and I was talking about that guy. I swore up and down he was in Doom, but it's not him. I thought he was the guy with like the Gatling gun. I thought that was the same actor. It's like, oh, I still need to see Birdman.
I like Birdman a lot. That was like a Edward Norton comeback performance. He's really
Yeah.
good in it.
Oh, he was in the Bourne Legacy.
Well, of course he was. You see what I mean, though? Like, pause that. Oh, fuck, are we not going to see it again? There is a tiny noose on a desk behind Edward Norton's head. Look, there it is!
I see it.
Why? Why? That's the weirdest bit of set decoration in this movie. And I don't understand it. I'm guessing you didn't spot that on your last
I
view.
didn't.
Like, why is that there?
Amazing.
What is it?
That's the noose. That's the noose the Munchkin in Wizard of Oz used.
Oh. And like it's in frame every time it cuts to Ed Norton's face. It's so
But
weird.
what were you going to say before you got sidetracked by the news?
Well, like, do you see what I mean though? How like the movie again, it doesn't look bad. It just looks very 2000s.
Very standard
Um,
2000s fare, yeah.
Yeah, like I
There's not
wish
a lot
it
of
tried
style
more.
here.
Yeah, I wish it tried more to capture that gritty Silence of the Lambs look.
There's a world where this
Even
is a
that is
David
prequel.
Fincher movie, and it turns out to be the actual best of these
And it's
four.
a masterpiece. Yeah. Well, and like I said, I think David Fincher could have made something great out of Hannibal. I at least think that's a good looking movie. I like Ridley Scott's visual style, but also I think David Fincher may have been able to crack that script because I don't know who could.
There is something funny though. You go from like Silence of the Lambs director, who's that's kind of his one big hit, to
And
then
not known
Ridley,
for horror,
and not known
not known
for,
for
then
genre
to
stuff.
Ridley Scott, who is just does a little bit of everything, and then we end this trilogy on Brett Ratner.
The most work for hire director, and then we get to Hannibal Rising, directed by God knows who.
Yeah, who does direct Hannibal Rising? Now that I think about it,
I'll look at. I have no idea.
I'm looking it up. I've got the Wikipedia page up. Peter Weber. Oh, he directed the Stepford Wives remake.
Okay,
That's the only other movie out here that I've heard of.
so he's made things
Yeah.
interesting. Hannibal Rising is the first Hannibal Lecter thing I ever hear about. Because I was a kid when that movie came out, and I remember my best friend, his dad took him to go see it because they liked Silence of the Lambs, and I think at the time they were like it was all right. I don't know, but I was a kid and not really that interested in horror yet. And then shortly after that, like that, I became more aware of like the Hannibal Lecter character. Finally saw Silence of the Lambs when I was a teenager and became one of my favorite movies. And then slowly kind of veered more into the rest of this franchise. It's interesting how that film is so
This
remembered
guy.
and iconic. Yeah, here's Dr. Chilton.
Yeah. What is this actor's name?
Oh, good question. Because he's from Silence of the Lambs and is clearly 10 years older, but it's fine. Dr. Chilton. Anthony Heald. He is known for playing Hannibal Lecter's jailer in Silence of the Lambs and Red Dragon. So he's in Boston
Another
Public.
another X-Men The Last Stand actor.
Oh
He
my
is one of
god.
the FBI Mystique interrogators.
I always forget that's Dr. Chilton. I don't know why.
Just because, like, when he popped up on the screen, I was like, he looks really fucking familiar.
It's like, yes, John, he's in Silence of the Lambs, but also he's the
Um,
next one, The Last Stand.
I was aware of Silence at the time, but I get into this franchise, I think, shortly after that movie hits DVD, because I had them all on DVD. That's when I got into the books. I feel like this next, like Hannibal Rising, kind of, but like this is the forgotten one of the Hopkins era. Nobody talks about
Right.
this one.
Because Hannibal's the polarizing one that people love or hate. But I also think Silence of the Lambs is kind of a psycho situation where it's like that singular film is remembered more than the entire franchise.
Yeah.
Though if you were there for Hannibal, you certainly remembered it.
I know everybody Connor has seen at least Hannibal because he went through all of Ridley Scott's films.
Interesting. Yeah, Hannibal's a weird movie. That and it does stick close-ish to the book. Like it's the same plot. It's the ending that's completely different. Where they're like, we can't do that.
Remember Silence of the Lambs?
Yeah, and maybe to its detriment, they really marketed this movie on Hopkins. I mean,
Yeah.
like, look at the poster.
I mean, have
It's
you seen the Hannibal poster?
it. Oh yeah, and that poster's awesome.
Where it's just his face.
Yeah, and he has a red eye. But with this, it's like they beef up his role a lot. And even then, I could see some people being kind of disappointed. Like, oh, I came here for the Hannibal prequel, and it's only kind of that.
I would say he doesn't look as older in these shots.
I think if you watched it back to back with Silence of the Lambs, it'd be more jarring.
Watch this first and then silent. Why is he 10 years younger? Is he Benjamin Button?
And I can let that slide. I prefer this over recasting. Like it's fine.
Yeah. I will say if there's one thing I will, because I don't necessarily care that there's a lot of lack of style here. This all looks really flat.
Yeah, and again, I think the anamorphic aspect ratio, I think it's to its detriment. It's like because Sean Carpenter, cousin Sean
Everyone's
Carpenter,
everyone's second favorite Carpenter.
the lesser Carpenter, but John Carpenter, he knows how to use this aspect ratio and just fill the screen and do stuff with it. Here, yeah, I wish it was in the bigger Silence of the Lambs format. Like you said, it's just kind of flat, and there's not a lot going on. But the exchange back and forth is the same in both versions, and it is cool getting to hear Anthony Hopkins deliver these lines. Like it's still entertaining to watch. Yeah, one of the taglines for this movie was "For the silence, meet Hannibal Lecter for the first time until Hannibal Rising," which is actually the first time.
My favorite is the one on the theatrical poster. To understand the origin of evil, you must go back to the beginning.
Yeah, that's not a good reflection of this movie. A good representation of the story.
What?
That was written by somebody who didn't watch who did not know what this was about, right? Hannibal Lecter prequel? I don't know.
Evil.
Oh yeah, it also says the first and most terrifying chapter in the Hannibal Lecter trilogy.
That one's at least kind of true.
Until they made the next one.
Yeah, but it was a trilogy.
Yeah. Oh, one thing I forgot to mention during our Manhunter commentary was I know in the 90s, after Silence of the Lambs was a huge hit, they put out Manhunter again on VHS. And like one of the blurbs they put on that VHS tape was like the official prequel to Silence of the Lambs. Like clearly to get people to buy it.
I hope they got their
Like,
asses
what
sued.
is this? The only thing I don't know if we've talked over it yet. The only thing I don't like about Anthony Hopkins' performance here is he'll do the southern accent thing a few times, which in Silence of the Lambs is a very specific mocking Clarice moment in where she's from and picking up on her accent and exaggerating it and throwing it back. Here it's just here it's a thing he does. There's a lot of repeating silence in this of remember that movie?
I also think him and Norton don't quite have the chemistry him and Foster had.
Mm-hmm. And again, it's still fine. Like it's still
Yeah.
watchable.
No, like Norton's holding his own in this scene.
Mm-hmm. Like Philip Seymour Hoffman's just perfect casting for this role. You hate him so much. And then the show made him a hot chick, and it made Jack Crawford a black guy. That show was woke, John. I'm not watching it.
Ah, you bastard.
I mean, I'm sure somebody was complaining. I don't know 10 years ago if that caused much of a stir online, if
I
there
think
were
that
any
was a
purists like, how
problem as
dare
big
you?
10 years ago.
Yeah. I just think people gave a shit as much then. Like, I don't remember any, like, you ruined Hannibal Lecter discourse. I know when the show was first coming out, many people, like us included, were like, why are you doing a Hannibal Lecter show without Anthony Hopkins? That sounds like a terrible idea. So it did have some resistance. But everyone says it was great. I need to watch it.
We'd caught on sooner.
The home video just turns into the found footage at the end of Zack Snyder's Dawn of the Dead.
Oh no.
Like, what am I watching? Stop watching other people's home movies, you pervert. And yeah, it is interesting how many adaptations we have now of this character, Will Graham, when he's only in one book.
Yeah. Well, that's why I find it interesting that the show went with him.
Right. Any other network would be like, oh, we'll make it Clarice, because everybody knows Clarice.
Well, to be fair, that might also be a rights issue because apparently Clarice is owned by a different
Yes,
rights
that's true.
company.
Yeah, I think this is a franchise, and these are books where it's like that fucking Clarice show. It's like, no, we don't need more. We don't need more remakes. We don't need more. Literally, all people want is a revival of that show. That's all you need to do. It's like, no, we're making a Clarice show. Watch it. No. Yeah, it is a weird jumbled franchise, kind of like something like Exorcist now, where you have like the reboots and the show and all these things that aren't that are so disconnected.
Yeah. Well, now, if we're on track with the Exorcist franchise, the next will be the David Gordon Green Legacy sequel.
Yeah, that he is 87, but I do still think that a legacy sequel with Anthony Hopkins is in the cards. I think somebody will try to make it before he dies. That is part of what makes this run a little incomplete. To me, it's like Hannibal is just such a weird ending point where I'm a little bummed we never got a sequel to that movie. Again, a team up with Edward Norton's Will Graham and Julianne Moore's Clarice. Like, I'd watch that movie. Like, one final Hannibal movie with Hopkins. Like, I'm a little bummed we never
So
got that.
take this for what it's worth, because it's from one of those leakers. Daniel RPK has reported that Universal is working on a new Hannibal film, but there's no information on it's a reboot or a sequel.
Yeah, I mean, if that wouldn't surprise me.
This is horrifying.
Yeah. And speaking of Exorcist, a minute ago, the voice of his grandmother, Dollarhide's grandmother, is voiced by Ellen Burstyn, who played Chris McNeil in The Exorcist, who came back for the Exorcist Believer Legacy sequel. And like I said, I do really like all this extra stuff with Dollarhide we get. You know, how he operates, uh, this journal and things he makes. Also, him working out, I know, is a thing from the book. Because I think in the book, Dollarhide's like a bodybuilder.
I
Um,
remember. I vaguely remember like there being kind of an idea of like he's a big guy, which is funny because in both movies he's kind of small.
yeah, I mean, Ray Fiennes, like, he's in good shape, but he's not
He's not
best
Arnold.
shape. Yeah. Well, with Tom Noonan, they really lean into just he's just a really tall guy. You know, he's like 6'5". So this is one of the added Lecter scenes that I'm pretty sure isn't in the book. But this is just we want to film in a different location with Hopkins, right? In Silence of the Lambs, I don't buy that they're doing this, giving him these walks. It's just we want to get him out of that cell for a scene.
You gotta let him stretch his legs.
Also, I don't know why it looks like a gym. Like it's just a weird setting where we just took out the bleachers. And this film was successful. Like, it didn't make as much money as Hannibal did, but it did turn a profit. I'm not entirely sure why they didn't just do another sequel with Hopkins and why they went the prequel origin route instead. I guess I was just in the air at the time, like, well, we haven't done an origin story yet. Guess we should
Well,
do that.
what's something interesting that we didn't bring up is they didn't make the movie unless there was source material, even if they had to like blackmail the author to create the source material. So
Hmm.
maybe that's just what he turned in.
Yeah, maybe it's just what because I'm sure when developing the older books, Thomas Harris, had an idea of Hannibal's backstory, and I'm sure it's something he was thinking about for a long time. And with that Hannibal sequel, you could tell that was a sequel. He was just like, I don't know,
Yeah,
this.
because I
Like,
think
I don't think he knew where to go after Hannibal.
I don't know if it's in the movies, but I think in one of the books there is a mention of his sister, which is a big thing in the prequel.
That's true. Yeah, I believe we're making progress. And it's scenes like this that do feel very like we're repeating Silence of the Lambs, where Hannibal Lecter's talking about like he wants to transform, he's evolving, which I know is from the book, but it
Yeah.
feels very like we're doing the Silence of the Lambs scenes again. Do you want to read that live chat?
Pleasure Fred says, I think that what makes Manhunter such a great underrated movie. So when most of us think of the character of Silent Hannibal Lecter, first thing that pops into our minds is the Silence of the Lambs. I
Uh,
mean, you're not wrong about that second part. I don't think that had an effect on, for me at least, the quality of Manhunter. It was just other than this is a novelty of a pre Hopkins Hannibal.
yeah, and I do like Brian Cox's take. I think it works for that movie, but I will say, as much as I love Manhunter, yes, I do prefer the Anthony Hopkins version. You know, he
Yeah,
chews scenery more. He's a lot more interesting. He's a lot more eccentric. Uh, because like I absolutely adore Silence of the Lambs. So for me, it all worked out. But I do like the Hopkins version, and this is what I'm talking about. We're doing the phone scene where here he's gonna tap it, and that somehow like I don't I don't know how this works.
I don't know how that phone works. There's no number pad.
Yeah. Well, the one in the other movie didn't have a number pad either. It's because the phone is supposed to just be a direct line to his lawyer.
Oh, okay.
So it is a specialty phone for that. But somehow Lecter hacks it and gets this other. In both movies, we do it differently, and it's like I don't know if that makes sense or not. Again, my guess is in the book it's just Lecter hacked the phone and got this other number, and we're not going to explain the details of how he did that. But then this scene is like word for word the same. It's just interesting seeing, the Hopkins take on it.
Bible Study Archive says the opening scene wasn't in the book either. You probably already pointed that out, but I got here late. The opening of Red Dragon? I thought it was.
Yeah, what John read said that it was, but it could keep in mind that it is just a Wikipedia summary.
Summary, it could
So
be
maybe
different.
so what I think is that information is in the book. We probably just get it later, and then whoever wrote the Wikipedia summary just put it up top as backstory. Like,
Yeah.
Will Graham
So
caught Hannibal Lecter and got him put away. Yada yada.
we talked about it a little bit, I think, before we started both of these. I have read the books, but it's been like a decade. Robert doesn't know what a book is, so yeah.
That's true. I know what a comic book is.
Yeah.
I like the funny books.
Where's our Hannibal graphic novel?
Yeah, we have a million Dracula comics. I'd buy that.
Hmm.
Yeah, it would be cool if somebody did a Hannibal comic book series that was just doing the books but in chronological order, which is kind of what the TV show was doing. It was just cut short. We just didn't get to finish it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is interesting with the Ray Fiennes take. He still has the scar on his lip. His hair is like a little messy, but he's mostly a good-looking guy.
Yeah. No, I wish they'd done a little bit more makeup and stuff to make him look.
More weird. But I do like this scene a lot. I've been in this type of dark room before with like the sliding, like the circular door. It's really cool. I took a film class in college that I miss. Working with real film was really cool. And Reba, like I said before, I do like in Manhunter, but this take with Emily Watson, I do prefer this version because you spend a lot more time with her and she's very tragic and sympathetic. But like the scenes with them together, I like a lot. And again, you get this a lot earlier in this version than you do in the other one. You know, we
Yeah.
really take our time more on this relationship. And then this is the guy who in Manhunter's, you know, just a guy, he's just a coworker, seems like a cool, nice guy. Here we really lean into making him an asshole who's trying to get a date with her and is very pushy, so that when he's killed later, you don't feel that bad about it. Because they're trying to sympathize the Ray Fiennes version of Dollarhide more. Because the way movie rules go is if a character is remotely an asshole, you could kill him. It's not gonna bother us.
Yeah, we really stopped after for a while, just letting good characters die.
Mhm.
But then I feel like it kind of swung the other way, where because like Game of Thrones got popular, it's like nobody's safe, you know, and then like The Walking Dead, nobody's safe, even though that's bullshit, and you could always tell who was safe. But now it's like, well, we got to make sure they can't predict who we're gonna kill, so pick it out of a hat.
Yeah, that's a whole other can of worms. Sometimes they could pull off a surprise, but yeah, that's hard to pull off with a TV show. Ride with me.
I don't like the way he worded those, put those words together. Ride with me for my pleasure. Ew.
For my pleasure. Yeah, slasher Fred. We talked about that earlier. Like the order the books were written versus the order of the movies. Because the Silence of the Lamb movie, because Manhunter was a flop, when they got around when they sold the rights and they made the Silence of the Lambs movie, like they treated it as an entirely standalone thing. So I know that book does, like you said, like the Will Graham mention, what happened to him. Like it is very much written as a sequel, and that's the stuff that's cut out of the movie, uh, just to, so it can stand on its own. Which is fine, and I think worked out. Like the books, it's funny because the books, you know, being adapted out of order, it's still not like the James Bond situation where I don't know if you know this, but like the old James Bond movies were adapted completely out of order, sometimes to the movie's detriments, where
Mhm.
there's like continuity errors and shit. Where you're like, but this is supposed to be a sequel to that, but you made that first, and now the continuity's fucked. That happened a lot in the old Bond movies.
I don't
Or
want the.
like or like the very first James Bond movie, Doctor No, I think. They completely changed the opening and where he is as a character at the start of that because that book is a sequel to another book. So the way that movie opens with Bond is completely different from the source material.
Hmm.
And like I said, I really like how this relationship between Dollarhide and this blind lady, you know, we really take our time with it in this version. And I think it's the best stuff in the movie. It's just very tragic. But then when she has lines like, "Oh, you're different. You're an outcast," it's like he looks fine to me. And then again, scenes like this are word for word the same version, where she asks if she can touch his face to know what he looks like, and then he stops her and says, "Take my word for it, I'm smiling." Again, there's a lot of dialogue that I have to assume is from the book because it's very similar.
Hello, Gareth.
Hello, fashionably late as always. You only missed 1.5 movies. Nice to see you. Jareth, what's your experience with the Silence of the Lambs Hannibal Lecter franchise? How many of these have you seen? But the production of this, though, is at least talking earlier about it being kind of vague with when it's set. They're at least consistent with like using landlines and stuff for the phones. I don't think you ever see a cell phone in this movie. I don't think
No,
there's anything that's like that egregious. Like, oh my god, that's 2000s.
no, they're very careful to keep it vaguely 90s, 2000s, early 2000s.
Mhm. And like I said, it is weird how quickly they made this movie. I guess just because they had the same script to work with. But this comes out a year and a half after Hannibal. We don't
Oh,
do
it
that
is
anymore.
crazy. We didn't even do that multiple times in this franchise.
Mhm.
Because the next movie isn't until 07.
Yep. Hey, look, John. He's wearing the Hannibal Lecter
Mask.
mask.
You know, I'll give it this. At least it makes sense that the hospital would just already have that
Yeah.
mask.
No, I'm not even complaining about it. It's just funny.
Yeah. No, it's more awkward in something like Hannibal Rising, where it's like, oh, he's got a form of the mask like 50 years before that would have happened.
That and that's not even a mask he wears by choice. It's something the hospital forces him to wear.
Because he eats people.
I do like this sequence a lot. I like it in Manhunter 2, but in Manhunter we're just focusing on Will Graham and the forensic side of this. I do like this sequence in this version where they're like, no, we have a time limit. Like, this is like an operation we're staging because we're checking Hannibal's cell, and then we got to get it back together without him knowing. So there's some phony stuff going on, like they have a guy pretending to be plumbing or whatever. So this sequence I do really like how they're trying to pull this trick
This
on Hannibal.
this does it better than Manhunter. Because we get that same bit in Manhunter, but it doesn't feel as rushed in that.
It
Like,
doesn't feel as urgent because we
yeah.
just
Here it's
watched
like,
the
no, we're in
urgent
a
stuff.
hurry.
Jareth says he's only seen Silence of the Lambs, great movie, and a
Couple
couple
episodes of the
episodes of the
show.
show. Yeah,
Like at the
isolated
beginning of the
watching.
show, or just random episodes? Because that's a very serialized, like. Is that the weird cable show? Like cable show because it was NBC, but it's structured like a streaming show where it's only like 13 episodes, and
Mm-hmm.
it's each
Yeah,
episode picks up.
that did come out in an era where we were experimenting more with that. Like that was becoming more of the norm at the time, and now we can't get away from it.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, here we have, and I think this is a character from the books, Ken Leung as Lloyd Bowman, who is in X-Men: The Last Stand, is the porcupine guy, and is in a bunch of stuff. Like that's one of those actors. I guess he's on Lost. That's probably the thing he's most
Yeah,
known for. But he's in a million things.
I'm like trying to rack my brain. I watched something with him in it just the other day, but it's like more recent, and he looks almost the exact same except he's gone gray.
Mm-hmm. He has a bit role in The Force Awakens. He's in Old, The Beach That Makes You Old. I guess he was in Joker too, but I forgot.
I haven't seen it.
He was in Miss. Did you watch Missing recently? Or no? I like
No,
Missing. Okay.
what did I watch recently?
He was a
That,
voice in Velma, but that wouldn't make sense.
that's
And
the thing
last,
is, I don't even remember what it was.
yeah, last thing I saw him in was Avatar: The Last Airbender, the Netflix version. He played Commander Zhao, and I actually liked him in that. He was a
It's
highlight of
not
that show
bad
for me.
casting.
They really lean into like the opportunist take on that character. You know, he's very much a backstabber, climbing his way to the top. I liked him in that.
Do
I
they
like
do
his
they
per-
actually do like his temper is what undoes him?
uh no, I think they skipped that episode.
Of course they do.
But that bit I like a lot when the guy's pretending to be a janitor and he's got the mop, and then Hannibal sees the rubber glove sticking out of his pocket.
Yeah.
Bits like that are really good. It's kind of unfortunate that it doesn't get to go anywhere. It's just we need Hannibal shit because we're marketing this as a Silence of the Lambs prequel. But it's still a cool sequence.
In the Last of Us season premiere, was he?
No, there like there is an Asian guy in The Last of Us, but I think that's a different actor.
I can't
So
find
maybe
it.
you're just confusing. Yeah, maybe you're just confusing him with somebody else.
It'll drive me crazy, and I'll remember it in like an hour.
Yeah, I remember seeing him in The Force Awakens, where it was just like, oh, that guy. I don't know, it was weird. I don't know if you read this yet, but Jareth said that he watched the first couple episodes when they aired. I know my sister started it. I
No,
remember catching a
I,
glimpse of it.
I keep accidentally clicking out of OBS and it minimizes the chat. Oh, nice.
But,
The show's
but
great.
yeah, I remember my sister starting it when it came out. I don't remember if she finished it or not, but I need to finally watch it. Jareth, if you haven't seen more of these, if you'd like to see more of these movies, I'd say check out this and Manhunter, uh, and then go from there.
Yeah.
Because
No, watch Hannibal because it's nuts.
it's interesting.
I sent Noah a gif of Gary Oldman in that movie because he didn't know what he looked like. When I read the book and they detailed, oh, his like face was eaten. That's not how I pictured that.
Yeah, I think in the movie they changed it to Hannibal talked him into cutting his own face off, but they still do the pigs thing. It's weird.
Yeah. The idea is this the revenge, the cannibal is eaten by something else.
Mm.
I love we're gonna get here in a moment. The big scene where it's like he gave him your address, and he starts with "Don't freak out," as if he wouldn't
Yeah.
do that. Like, come on.
Don't leave. We took care of it, and then he leaves.
Like, what did you expect him to do?
Hang the phone up, Edward Norton. It is weird when you get to scenes like this, watching these movies back to back, where you're like, "Yep, it's the
I'm
same
not
movie."
in that. Yeah, I've seen this.
I don't know. I do prefer the other version. It's a bit more suspenseful.
Yeah, I don't mind that this isn't suspenseful because the stakes have still increased, which is what
Yeah.
the scene's ultimately about. I'm like, oh, now it's personal.
Mm-hmm. His son is just not such a non-character in this version. It's the movie keeps reminding you that he exists, and then in the climax, he'll
Well,
actually
what's
come
funny
out of
because
it.
when I was browsing through it, I forgot. In the book, it's not even his son; it's his stepson.
Oh, that's an interesting choice. So I wonder if the show goes into that, because that seems like something they would.
Maybe because I know because the show has this weird thing where he does get married. Because I know I've seen images of him talking about his wife, but he also has this really weird kind of intimate relationship with Hannibal.
Mhm.
That they really kind of double
Oh
down
yeah,
on the
no, I've heard that
subtext.
show really leans into the homoerotic subtext
Yeah,
with those two. Jared said he watched Immaculate last night. Great Easter film. I agree.
I agree. I saw you
I
liked
watched
my
it.
letterbox review. He liked it as much as I did.
Oh, cool. This is the scene where I'm like, okay, I get it. Silence of the Lambs happened. I could roll with the first mask, but now he's in the other face thing he wore in that movie, the one with his nose pressed down. This is one of those scenes that's clearly just added because we want more Anthony Hopkins.
But Robert, do you remember Silence of the Lambs?
I do. So this is the bit I was talking about earlier, where it's like, oh, and now he's teaching his wife how to shoot a gun. Like, that's fine. I just wish we spent more time on this stuff.
Yeah.
This is only here because of the ending. It's just, we should probably set that up. Let's show him teaching his wife how to shoot for 5 seconds. And it is interesting how these two movies are, like about the same length, but they're structured and paced so differently
So
that, like, in the other version, I think this guy's already dead by this point. The
yeah, I think
horseman.
so.
It's like we're already
Because
past
we're
this
just
stuff.
now getting to how they blackmail him into doing
Mhm.
what they want him to do.
And yeah, like, and again, I do think Stephen Lang sells just how scummy that character is in Manhunter, but Philip Seymour Hoffman's take.
He's just a
It's
different,
like,
better actor.
but he's just so douchey.
And there's something
Feels
really
like,
funny about just Edward Norton delivering some of this dialogue.
mhm. It's really funny that in both versions, this elaborate scheme is to get the killer to go after Will.
Yeah, none
Whoops,
of them
he went
stop to
after.
think, oh,
Maybe he'll go after the guy who published it. Whoops. Oh no, mistakes were made.
no, 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 wait.
We got 10 days until the full moon, John. That's when it becomes a vampire movie.
Wait a minute. That shouldn't be vampires. That's werewolves, you fraud.
I was testing you to see if you're paying attention.
Yeah, I'm watching the movie that I watched earlier today. Why?
I love Ray Fiennes' "come at me, bro" energy.
Yeah. Like, what are you gonna do? Huh?
Okay, that's either a jump cut or a continuity error. In the last shot of him pulling in, he had his arm out the window, looking like a real asshole. And then when he cut to him coming in, both arms are in and the window's rolled up.
Well, it is
Two
Brett
Brett
Ratner, so it's probably a continuity error.
I'm with you though. This version, and I don't know if this details in the book or not, but this is very disturbing. Being glued to
Yeah.
this wheelchair, where you're like, oh, you're fucked. Like you're not getting out of this.
You gonna die,
Like,
motherfucker.
even if the killer lets you go, all that skin's gonna get ripped off.
Mm. This is very Saw before Saw.
Right. Do you want to play a game, Philip?
And that cop or that one guy, X3 guy, is also in Saw.
He is. That's the other thing I knew him from because he's in a million things. But yeah,
He's the one that gets his head blown off.
I work for the National Tatler.
I won't tattle on you.
Because it's a woman in the show, did they rename it Tit for Tatler?
Yes.
That woke show.
It is kind of funny because now that I'm more aware of it, because his name was like Freddie, so they're able to keep that. So it's just a woman named Freddie, which is I guess works. You just don't see that a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's generally a gender neutral name.
All on how you spell it.
I am curious to see her take on that character because I don't know if they make her more 3-dimensional or if they really play up her being an asshole.
I do vaguely remember, at least in season one, she's kind of a pain in the ass for Will, but it's Will. Like, some of Ralph Fiennes' dialogue delivery, I'm like, I can hear a bit of his Voldemort.
Yeah. Also, it's also him wearing that robe, right? Like the way he just carries his hands, like his body language. It's very.
What if he just walked up to Philip
Voldemort.
Seymour Hoffman and was like, "I can touch you now," and put his hand in his forehead? What cracks me up about this scene though is when he sees the tattoo, he like starts freaking out. Like, dude, it's a tattoo.
Dude, you. Oh my God, dear Jesus, holy Jesus, goddamn, holy Jesus, jumping Christmas shit.
This movie would be better if he said that instead.
You go back and read the book, and that's how it is, word for word. You're like, oh my God.
Yeah, but it's like, dude, it's a tattoo. Like, it's a cool tattoo.
Yeah, it's not very red though. Do you think it's just
No.
not finished yet?
Well, yeah, he's changing.
You want to know what I am? And like I said, I do like the scene a lot in Manhunter, but here we really draw it out. The do you see? Do you see? Like it's so good.
I like that here because it's like, oh god, this is horrifying.
Do you see, John?
And Fiennes delivers this in a better way. It's hard to describe. It's just there's something unhinged.
Yeah. Well, Tom Noonan, again, I also find creepy, but in just a much more calm, subtle way.
Well, and I've noticed that's just like the Tom Noonan thing. Because like in RoboCop 2 as Kane, he never shouts or raises his voice. He's very methodical and soft spoken. I like how it didn't even occur to the reporter, like, oh, what if he comes after me?
Right. I am the dragon. Oh, great. Now he's monologuing.
Flanagan to make this movie. Fuck it. Give me the Red Dragon philosophizing about life and death.
The scene with Will Graham and his wife goes on for like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
One thing you do get to see in the other version, though, is him actually reading the note. Here we cut away because we're gonna read it later.
Oh yeah, true.
Oh god,
This made me uncomfortable. Like in a oh god, what are you showing me here?
Yeah, and Manhunter, he puts in the teeth, goes in to bite him, and then we cut away. Here they show it.
Some folks have a
Also-
strange idea of entertainment.
It just that wheelchair on
That's
fire.
really funny. Like,
When it falls over.
I don't think there was a serious way to shoot that scene. Just
Yeah. I think Manhunter had the right idea where you see it on screen for just 1 second. Here they linger on it. It's just really funny.
I like the little detail that he left in the screams for them to
Yeah.
hear.
This is the worst audio drama I've ever listened to. It is interesting how much this take on Jack Crawford is like, he's just a good guy, he's in charge. In the context of this being a Silence of the Lambs prequel, where in that movie they do, not that he's a bad guy, but they have those subtle hints of like, yeah, he kind of wants to sleep with Clarice. That's why he's promoting her. You know, there's that subtle
Because
seediness to him that they play.
I appreciate that because the protagonist is a male, so you see him through that lens. But in Silence, you're seeing him through the lens of a woman protagonist.
Also, we're talking about books that were written in a different order, and he may just Thomas Harris may not have thought of that yet.
Yeah. And I do wonder because, like, I'm thinking of the show. I don't see the show's version of Jack Crawford doing that at all. And maybe part of that is because it's Lawrence Fishburne. I don't know.
Like old Lawrence Fishburne.
Yeah.
You know, I don't really see the womanizing guy in there, but to each their own. He could do it.
Lawrence Fishburne is one of those weird actors because, like, you think he's it's a big deal when you see him in an older film, and then you realize, yeah, I mean, like, he's in a lot of stuff, but he's only in a few big things. He's basically a character actor.
Yeah, and he'll often be a side character, like in Mission Impossible 3. You know, he gets tiny roles like that.
The way the Nightmare on Elm Street 3 box just talked it up, and like back in the day, I thought he was a main character. He's in that movie for like 3 scenes.
Yeah, that is one of the. That's Larry Fishburne.
That also confused me. I was like, what?
And then tying. Okay, so that's interesting. I haven't thought of that connection before. William Peterson plays Will Graham in Manhunter, and then Lawrence Fishburne plays Will Graham's boss in the Hannibal show, and in the CSI show, Lawrence Fishburne is William Peterson's successor.
Oh, wild.
Because when William Peterson leaves, Lawrence Fishburne comes in as the new protagonist, and he's in a couple seasons of that show.
Weird era, because like we also had that with Law and Order CI when Vincent D'Onofrio stepped down, and fucking Jeff Goldblum of all people.
Goldblum, right? Yeah, and a lot of people like you were done with CSI once Grissom was out. Like, okay, it's over. It's like the Lawrence Fishburne years. He was a very different character.
Part of me wants to go back and like actually watch that show, because that is a show I definitely lost interest. But even at the time, I was like, that is a show that I catch random episodes when they're on TV.
Oh, absolutely. You're at the mercy of
Yeah.
whatever's on.
Real quick, Slasher Fred says The Silence of the Lambs can be seen as the final movie in the trilogy, in the movies in which were all inspired by the crimes of Ed Gein. Is this a spiritual trilogy?
I assume he's talking about Psycho and Texas Chainsaw Massacre, because those are like the big ones. But there's no shortage of serial killer movies inspired by Ed Gein. That's more than a trilogy, my friend.
I think at this point they've even just made Ed Gein movies,
including a TV one where he's played by Kane Hodder. Did you know that?
Yes, actually, I did. He talks about that in his book, which I have read because I'm a nerd. He took that because he wanted to start doing more real acting versus just being a guy in a mask.
That, like having dialogue, not being a stunt actor. It's just funny because if you know anything about what Ed Gein looks like, Kane Hodder's not the right fit for that scrawny, schlubby, pathetic middle-aged guy. It's like Kane Hodder? Oh, and meanwhile, in the 5th, now it's done. There's a lot of lecture scenes in this.
Yeah, and if you shot them better, I'd be fine with it. But a lot of them don't seem to add anything.
But now we've kind of synced up to the other movie, where this is probably about when this scene happens in the other movie with the tiger.
Yeah, probably. Strange.
And I like this scene. I prefer the Manhunter version. Did you notice the bit when she grabs the tiger's crotch?
No, I didn't notice that.
That was a choice. In the Manhunter one, it's like this very beautiful moment, and this one's kind of off. But it was directed by Brett Ratner, so he's got to put his personality somewhere in there. He's got to take some artistic license. And here, I can't tell if that's a real tiger or not, or if there's some stuff edited in post. Yeah, why? Why are we doing this?
Oh my god, no, stop it.
That's a weird choice, right?
Yeah. But what's weird is the look on her face. Like, is that her way of flirting with him? Is she just as unhinged as he is? And that's the twist?
That would be amazing.
Well, and I do have a question for when we get to the end later, but we'll get there.
Yeah, and this is probably from the book, because in both versions she's listening to its heartbeat. I prefer the other one when she like hugs it.
Yeah. I'm indifferent.
Well directed sequence. there's some decent setup here for how she's gonna escape later. And I really like this dynamic, how it's very sweet and sincere, but also like he's clearly taking advantage of her. Where once he sees that she's blind, it's like, oh, well, this is perfect for me. I don't have to. I can take her to my weird home.
It's even funnier in the context of this movie because he's Ralph Fiennes with a cut.
Yeah, it's like, dude, you do fine. Yeah, and then this scene, she's like, everyone says that you have like a remarkable body, and you're like, I mean, he's fit. I don't. They're talking like he's more of the bodybuilder than he is in the book. And then in the show, I think Dollarhide is played by the guy who played Thorin in the Hobbit movies.
I thought you said Thor for a second, and I was like, Chris
Yes,
Hemsworth?
So that's interesting casting.
Richard Armitage.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yep, that is who it is. Huh. Yeah, I have no idea what they're... But I do... I pulled it up. That season also brings back the Mason Verger, who will end up being the Hannibal villain. And his sister, Margot Verger, who is Gibbs from Freddy vs. Jason. Everyone's favorite character. No, apparently that actress is just like a horror actress. Like she's got quite the filmography. I don't know if you've seen Ginger Snaps, but it's really good.
Is that like one of 3 werewolf movies that people
yes. And it got a trilogy, including the mandatory prequel for the 3rd movie, which is those two actresses, but playing completely different people.
Oh God! Of course they did that.
And it's called Ginger Snaps Back: The Beginning.
Is that a remake that's been in development hell for forever? That's just not materialized yet.
I don't know. Like that's a popular movie, but it's not like it was a hit. It made less than
Hollywood before.
True.
They're still threatening to make a Big Trouble in Little China remake.
Oh God! Stop it.
Which famous? Stop trying to remake popular cult movies that lost money in the first place. You're only going to piss off people.
It's even better. There's a TV show remake in the works.
Oh, of course there is.
I don't know how that'll work, but you know what? It's worked before.
That's true. Like I said, the relationship between these two characters is definitely the highlight of this version for me. We're just really taking our time with it. It's been more organic. But then shots like this are shot exactly the same way as the Michael Mann one is. And again, it's just such a creepy setup where it's these home movies of the next family he's targeting, and she doesn't know that because she's blind. Yeah, it's such an awkward date. Jareth said, for a second there, I thought you said horror actress. He did, and he meant it.
Words in my mouth.
No, I stumble over the word horror a lot.
Yeah,
too. I don't like saying it.
I hate saying it because every time it sounds like I'm saying something else. Horror. She's also in See No Evil 2, which was decent. Oh. I like the first one better. I am the one fan of See No Evil.
Which one's See No Evil?
That is a mid-2000s slasher movie from when the WWE decided to start making films.
Okay. It's that one, okay.
Had one of the best kills of those mid 2000 slashers. She's hiding from the killer, and her phone goes off, so he shoves it down her throat. It's awesome.
Yeah, and like you said, this the sex scene between these two is mostly off screen in this version and plays very differently. Where in this one, he's clearly getting off looking at this other woman. You know, that's what has his attention. He's just gets the physical bonus this time. In Manhunter, it's more of a genuine like union between those two. Again, that's a scene that just plays very differently. Also in Manhunter, in their morning after, he just sees her. He just goes outside. She's out there. It's a very nice sunrise moment. Here, we hold on him a lot more, and you get this freak out scene where he's like, "Oh God, where is she? What did she find?" This is gonna be really important later. But this is just Ray Fiennes acting nuts. And what's funny, the sex scene is off screen, but you do get to see Ray Fiennes naked.
Yep. That was your favorite scene, don't lie.
He's rocking that tattoo. Also, I think when they originally made this movie, I don't know if you read this, because I think in the book there is, like you said, like that red dragon voice is like in his head, talking to him
Yeah.
constantly. Originally, I think they got Frank Langella to actually record those lines for it, and they ended up cutting that in post because they were like, "Yeah, it's kind of creepier if you don't hear what he's hearing."
That's probably a good idea. I don't recognize that name just off the top of my head.
That's Skeletor in the
Oh.
Dolph Lundgren
Ew.
movie. But he's in other things. He's a great actor. Also,
Okay.
Skeletor is great in that movie.
I mean,
He's Dracula.
I'm not saying he's.
Dracula movie.
I'm not saying he's bad, but I'm just like hearing what I know of that voice, trying to picture that as the
Ray
Red Dragon.
Fiennes. Be the Red Dragon.
Like I don't see it.
But I think it's Ray Fiennes' performance that makes the scene work. He's just so
Yes.
unhinged. No, she's nice. She's okay. You know, the 80s movie was very 80s, had a very 80s soundtrack. I do wish this movie had a very 2000s soundtrack. Like, I just want some Nickelback or some
I need
Creed
some
playing.
Creed right here.
Yeah, like, right. When Ray Fiennes is freaking out, I
Hey
want that to
Creed.
be the music. I want that to be the music that Dollar Hide's listening to. It understands me, man. I have to go away.
Believe now. Where? Anywhere that you're not, bitch.
Go, bitch. It's like, what did I do? Like so, this relationship's very tragic. This is maybe the most unnecessary Hannibal bit. We're just cutting back because it's like, remember, he's in the movie. And like this sequence is fine here, but I do prefer the Manhunter one that really draws it out with Will piecing this together. The music ramping up. Here we're cross cutting with some other scenes going on. Hey, did you remember that Hannibal likes high society meals? This is just like, okay, sure.
Why not?
Boo. But that's a different door. So my headcanon is that that's the actual Red Dragon painting, and that Ray Fiennes is gonna improvise this bit where he eats it and just
Also made me
destroy this.
uncomfortable.
No, Rafe, stop! It's this priceless. It's for the art. It's for the performance. It's got to be real.
Yeah, no, I hope that's what I'm. But like eating paper of any kind is just ugh.
Ugh.
Especially in that there's ink and
Oh god, and it's old. Like it's really old. I prefer freshly
I.
printed
What I
paper.
like about this though thematically is it's kind of like the eating the heart of your enemy. He's eating the dragon. He is becoming the dragon. That's what I
Or
like
like
about
the scene,
this villain.
or
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
or like when the coroner eats Jason's heart and
Yeah,
Jason
he's
goes numb.
becoming Jason.
He's become Jason, literally.
That's what I like about this villain over Buffalo Bill is the concept is so out there and high fantasy,
Mm,
fantastical.
yeah, just so delusional. Um, yeah,
Buffalo
this
Bill
is
is
the
great, but he's much simpler. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, and also I like that the movie Buffalo Bill really leans into like, oh no, this is a guy who's always been dissatisfied with what he is, and he's just always trying things. Like
yeah,
there's the hints in like his apart or in his house where it's like, oh, he had his like white supremacist Nazi phase. Like he's tried all kinds of things over the years
yeah.
because he's just fucking
That's
nuts
the
and an
that's the
asshole.
prequel we'll make instead of. That's what they should have made instead of the Clarice show. There's the different lives of Buffalo Bill. There's just like an entire season of him being a Nazi.
Yeah, make it a sitcom.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think Ted Levine really makes that character terrifying. Like that movie doesn't want you to sympathize with Buffalo Bill.
Not at
Really, he's
all.
this fucking monster. I like that the Tooth Fairy's a bit more three dimensional, and you're like both versions, but especially this one communicate that like yeah, this guy is just compelled. He doesn't want to be doing what he's doing. He's just that disturbed and broken. And like, so I really like the Manhunter version of the scene where it's just a misunderstanding, uh, where he kills this guy for what he perceives as hitting on his lady friend. Here it's he kills him just because he's an asshole.
We love to see it, folks.
Jareth said he totally forgot about the show. He saw most of it. Oh, which show are you talking about?
You liked
Are you talking about the Clarice show?
the Clarice show better than Foster? That's
That's a hot take if I've
that's
ever heard
like
one.
beyond hot take. That's like a super spicy take.
Yeah, I love Jodie Foster in that movie, but I also haven't watched that show. Nor do I.
Is
plan
Clarice
to.
in that show even Southern?
I don't know.
The Clarice from the show is the one that hears the ram screaming.
And like I said, Julianne Moore is a step down. I do think that was a good choice for that role. If you can't get,
I just have to rewatch it. But I don't have anything against Julianne Moore. I feel like
Yeah.
people have decided she's a bad actress. But
I've always liked her. She's in
I
the
like her.
Lost World.
Yeah, I think she's pretty good in Carrie.
I've heard she's the best part of that movie. I need to finally watch it.
I really like Chloe Moretz in that role, but
Yeah, I've heard she's just like she's too Hollywood looking. For that
yeah,
role.
I have that with Spacek too. We haven't
Spacek,
actually.
I don't like. She looks weird.
We haven't.
In a good way.
Oh well, okay. Fucking.
You know, but I buy her as an outcast.
But we haven't really cast like Carrie.
Look, Carrie, yeah.
So it's like that's fine. The closest we get is the TV movie, and that movie's not great.
Yeah, and I've heard she's the best part of it.
She is. But she's also another one where it's like, you're a little too like you're doing a really good job playing the weirdo, but like Book Carrie is described as fat and weird, and you're just kind of Hollywood's idea of weird. If Flanagan casts what's her name from Hereditary, the one that gets their head knocked off, that'll be perfect casting.
Oh, spoiler alert! I still haven't seen Hereditary, but I'm familiar with the actress. That
the one person in the world that hasn't seen Hereditary. Do you know about that scene though, right?
No, I think I've.
Whoa! Just because that's the thing everyone talks about.
So, oh fuck, Ray Fiennes has gone off the deep end, Sean.
He's become the dragon.
Reba. And though the conflict between these two is set up really well, where earlier at his job he just saw Will Graham there, so what he assumes is that she found something weird in his place or caught on to him and then called the police. That's what he thinks is going on. We of course know that this is entirely a misunderstanding, that Will Graham's onto him for other reasons. But he feels betrayed by her. You know, he thinks that she's turned on him, even though we know she didn't. So this stuff's set up really well. Jareth said he's just not a fan of Jodie Foster in general, and that he didn't think the show was good, but he liked that actress. I mean, fair enough. I'm not like a huge Jodie Foster fan. I love her in that movie. I also haven't seen her in much else outside of it.
I don't really care about her. Like she's just giving a good performance. I find that weird. This is kind of a segue because I have friends that won't watch certain movies because somebody's in it. Like I have a friend that is deeply uncomfortable, but with Sigourney Weaver, and like I cannot get her to watch Alien
weird.
because of it.
Weird.
And I have another friend that hates Vincent D'Onofrio. I'm just like,
Oh. Just
what?
watch Daredevil.
Yeah.
Oh, Jareth said he doesn't like Hereditary.
It is a little overrated. I don't
is-
hate it. I don't think it's the masterpiece that some people think it is.
It's definitely the most liked of that director's work because everything he's made after has been a lot more divisive.
Midsummer might be one of the worst things I've ever seen. And then I didn't bother with his 3-hour vanity project with Joaquin Phoenix.
Yeah, but this sequence is really good. Ray Fiennes really sells this, like just the torture and the conflict of this character. Like he really doesn't want to do this, but he also thinks in his twisted mind, well, if I kill you, then that's good because then the Red Dragon won't get you. And you're like, no, man, that's not how this works. And like I said, this poor woman, she is never gonna date again, right?
Nope. Not got a lot of therapy. Okay, so I have a question.
I was hoping you'd ask this.
So he shoots, blood hits her face. She then later tells Will Graham, I felt him.
Here.
And yeah. What did he shoot? Because it could have been himself.
Well, the body is the guy he just killed. He brought the body here, but so he clearly shot it in the face, but so was the body on the floor and he shot it in the face and the blood went up into her face? I don't know.
Okay. Well, because I didn't notice the other body or realize that was what that was happening. So I was like, oh, I know this isn't over yet. But then he just shows up front. I was like, did she lie to the cops? Like, what is happening here?
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that is from the book. He brought the other body here, so for a while they think, oh, that's his body because he was burned up in the fire. I assume. I haven't read the book. But yeah, in terms of the blood splatter, yeah, logistically, I'm not sure how that happened. And also, whoa, we got a big explosion, dude. So I get that he like dumped gasoline everywhere, but that was a big explosion.
I think you mean gasoline. That's fine. It's got to be cinematic, rather.
That's true. I do like this scene a lot. This is a very intimate moment with Will and this poor woman trying to, get her through this. Because this is a shitty situation to be in.
Man, I'm noticing it more on my big TV. The cinematography in this movie is just ass.
It's that very 2000s hyper, overly color corrected. Like
Yeah.
if you're looking at the blues and stuff.
I would love to
Really
see if like
saturated.
Arrow or Scream Factory can kind of recolor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
'Cause
because I don't think any of these movies have had really proper recent restorations besides Silence of the Lambs. Because that one has a 4K now and a Criterion release.
Funnily enough,
Rebel
the
Rising has a
Criterion.
really nice steelbook.
Funnily enough, Criterion I think is the inferior version to buy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because that was just Blu-ray. I don't think they put out a 4K.
No, sorry, I don't think it was Criterion because there's two 4Ks. Arrow and another company has fucked up the color temperature in a couple scenes,
Oh,
and then Arrow fixed it. So
That's
the
what
Arrow
it is.
version is the one you want to buy, but you have to import
probably a lot
it
harder
from
to get.
England.
That sucks. Okay, well now I know to avoid the Silence of the Lambs 4K, because that's like a pretty, I don't know, it's like 25, $30. Like, it's pretty easy to get, but now I know to avoid it.
Kino Lorber, that's who did it. Yeah, they fucked up some of the color temperature at the beginning. Red Dragon does have a 4K. It is currently $20.
Oh,
Oh, Hannibal also has a 4K.
hi, son. I remember you, son. Yeah, see, they don't do that grocery store scene at all when he talks to him.
Crazy. I think the Hannibal 4K restoration is also really good.
Oh, cool. It's a good looking movie. Where are my s'mores, son? Also, hi, wife. I do like this bit a lot when he finds out that Dollarhide's here because the mirror's smashed. That's a really good choice.
Yeah.
And if you're watching the other version, that song would still be playing, and we'd be watching characters move around in slow motion.
That is what this scene is missing, to be fair.
We can rescore it.
I really need some Inagata Devita right now.
Oh my god.
But I checked real quick the review on one of the websites I use. Both Red Dragon and Hannibal have high score lists for video quality. I might have to buy those.
Yeah, this is the scene you were talking about earlier. That's kind of funny, but it's great the way he gets in Dollarhide's head, talking like his grandmother.
Yeah, it is just kind of funny though because it's Ed Norton.
It's like the Friday the 13th scene when Ginny puts on the sweater and is pretending to be Jason's mom. But here,
And that kid doesn't know what he's doing.
oh, that kid's just traumatized forever. But the look on Ray Fiennes' face is less like this is working and more like, "The fuck are you doing, man? You're a dick." It's like, "Oh, shut up, Josh, run," or whatever your
The
name is.
the act the twist at the Jared said yeah, you know. The twist is he actually wasn't talking to Dollarhide. That's just how he feels about his son.
That's the post-credit scene. It's we get more insight on his relationship, and we find out, oh no, Will's like a horrible father.
Will has become the Red Dragon. Yeah, I've never bought anything from Kino, but their track record doesn't seem to be great. Like I've
No,
heard a
yeah,
few releases that they fuck up.
they put out a Blu-ray of the original Nosferatu, and they fucked up the frame rate. Like It's still watchable, but I know there is a foreign version that's supposed to be a lot better that you have to import.
Tell you about my first viewing of that.
No, I don't think so.
So we had to review it. I think it was me and Josh, and I just like found a copy on YouTube, but
Oh
the
yeah,
music
it's
was like
easy to find.
blown to shit, and I got a headache like halfway through. I was like,
Oh.
this is the worst thing I've ever had to sit through. So like my
Yeah, well,
review in that video is like super negative because I was just like, I just want this to end. Like my head hurts.
John, it was a silent movie. There's lots of different tracks on different versions of that movie.
And then I watched it later after the review. It's like, oh, when you watch the right version, like this is all right.
It's a lot better. So, okay, so I haven't read the book. You can correct me on this later. I'm guessing that in the book, Will shoots and kills Dollarhide, but in the movie, they probably changed it to, well, we want to give his wife something to do so she can have the
Yeah,
final shot. That's my
maybe.
guess. That feels
If
like
I
a
ever
good
get around to
canon.
reading those books, I will let you know.
But also, the way she plays that scene is weird. Like, I get that she just killed a guy, but then she, like, screams, like, I killed a man. Like, it's just kind of awkward.
Yeah. I could see it still being the wife because obviously Harris's idea was like he's been ruined by this experience.
Mhm. Do you dream much, Will?
Do you dream
Yeah,
of the red dragons?
that's a motif we're doing because we're trying to make it very close to the lambs thing, right? Like, do you still hear the lambs cries? Like, we're going for the same thing.
You know,
Yeah, I like this bit of him writing this letter to Will and Will on a boat, but I prefer the '80s power ballad. I want to hear the
at
heartbeat song
least
get in on
at
that
least
three
this
string.
will, he gets a happily ever after. He's not a miserable carved up drunk in Florida.
And now we're at your favorite scene.
Oh Jesus.
There's a woman who wants to see you.
That
The
is just
end.
you know what that reminds me of? The first Omen, where like his name
Yes.
is Damien.
Dude, I think this one is better than that. If I had to pick one, I
If I
think the
had to
first
pick
Omen's
one,
much
it's
worse.
probably this. Because, I mean, it's mostly harmless, to be fair. They don't
Yeah.
say the name. It could be anyone. But if you've seen that movie, you know what it is. That one's like, remember Damien?
Damien. Also, granted, I'd have to rewatch Silence of the Lambs to check. I'm not sure if the continuity even matches on that. Like, I don't think in that movie, like Chilton goes to Hannibal and has that little exchange. Like, I don't think that happens.
If it does, we wouldn't have seen it because we don't visit the prison until she does.
Right.
So that was probably like,
But
Robert,
also, like, was Chilton expecting her? I don't
watch
remember
these
any of
back to
that.
back. Let me know how it is.
I'm gonna
Robert, it's
rewatch all the Hannibal movies in chronological order. And I'll
please
tell you how
do.
it goes.
So it'd be Hannibal Rising, then Manhunter, then Red Dragon, then Silence, then Hannibal, and then the Hannibal TV show somewhere.
Yes.
Watch the show. Oh, no, here's what you do. You watch the seasons of the show where they
Oh
take
no.
place chronologically. So then Hannibal Rising, then Hannibal season 1 and 2, then Red Dragon, Hannibal season 3, Manhunter, Silence of the Lambs, and then Hannibal.
Perfect.
Uh,
I'll get back to you guys on that.
yeah.
We
The
did
way
it,
you
John.
rate The way you watch movies, you'll be done by the time you're dead.
Yeah. John, that
Okay.
takes a lot longer when we're doing two-hour movies.
Yeah, it does. Are you ready? Are you ready for your favorite part of the night?
Spin that wheel, sir.
Come on. What are you showing me here? Oh,
What's that?
no!
Oh no. What is it?
Look at the screen.
Oh god. Oh fuck, I can't see that. Suspense is killing me. What is it? What is it? Oh my god. Yes. I'm up for it.
The Fog.
The Fog. Dude, it's been a while since we've had to cover a shit remake.
That is true. The last one was Nightmare.
And that was the first one.
Yeah.
I'm up for
Uh,
it. I'm up for it.
I'm good with it.
Okay, I forget. Have you used your spin yet?
Yeah, because we landed on something else, and then I used it, and we got Red Dragon.
Have I used my spin yet?
You haven't.
Okay, okay. I'm good with the Fog.
I'm fine with it.
I mean, I like that first movie more than you do, but I've never seen the remake, so it'll be interesting.
I'm sorry. I added this to the wrong list. God damn it.
Also, like, it's Ghost Pirates. How do you fuck that up? That remake should be awesome. Looking forward to it. So now, we also need to rank Red Dragon
We do.
with our other remakes.
I'm working on it, but I put it in the wrong.
Where would I put this? I'm guessing you'll have Red Dragon higher than I will. I don't have it super low though. I think I'm gonna put it between. I'm putting Red Dragon on my list in the middle. I have it between Dracula, Christopher Lee one, and My Bloody Valentine 3D. I guess I'd put this above My
What
Bloody
number
Valentine
is
3D.
that?
So for me, that would be number 6, but you have a
Mm-hmm.
pretty different ranking from mine now because this is our 10th, right?
Yes.
Or am I missing one? Okay. So I have for all these remakes we've covered, I have The Blob at number 1, Evil Dead at number 2, Let Me In at number 3, Friday the 13th at number 4, Horror of Dracula at number 5, Red Dragon at number
The Horror of
6.
Dracula.
Oh, that's a very different movie. Uh, Red Dragon at number 6, My Bloody Valentine 3D at number 7, The Crazies at number 8, Night of the Living Dead at number 9, and then Nightmare on Elm Street at number 10, the worst one. But I know your ranking is very different.
So I have Friday at number 1, The Blob, Let Me In, Red Dragon at number 4, Horror of Dracula, Evil Dead. Although I might move Evil Dead up a little bit.
Yeah,
My
Evil
Bloody.
Dead, you bumped up way down. You bumped way down.
Yeah, because like at first it was like, oh, am I going by star ratings or watchability? And I keep going back and forth. My Bloody Valentine, The Crazies, then Night of the Living Dead, and Nightmare. But keep in mind for anybody watching,
Big chasm. Big
big
chasm
chasm there.
those last two.
Oh, Robert.
Also,
Oh, go ahead.
yeah, like I like Horror Dracula. It does drag for me in some places.
Mhm.
Um,
Honestly, Christopher Lee is the only thing that keeps it somewhat high.
well, and Peter Cushing.
And Peter Cushing.
Peter Cushing.
Honestly, if I moved one thing, it would probably just swap Dracula and Evil Dead.
Okay, no, that's fair. But what I am interested to see, because I haven't seen this movie yet, is there a chance the flog
The Flog.
the Flog remake beats Nightmare on Elm Street as my new worst remake? I don't know, but it'll be interesting to see. I'm excited.
It might for you. I know it won't for me. I have seen the remake. It's a bad movie, but I don't care as much about the original, so it's not like insultingly
You care more
bad.
about Freddy,
Yeah.
but yeah, I don't know. I'm excited.
Your favorite actor's in it though.
I was gonna say Tom Welling.
Yeah, he's the lead.
Okay.
That's like one of 3 movies that he did.
Okay.
Because around that time he's in that, and then those like Cheaper by the Dozen remakes.
Right. Yeah. It's so weird that that's the first of the Carpenter remakes, and we haven't gotten a lot. But why the fog of all things?
Is that the
So weird.
first?
Yeah, that's definitely before Halloween.
Whoops. It's also the one nobody remembers.
Right. And then the thing I know technically isn't a remake, that's a prequel, but it's both.
You're right, it is. Oh no, one of the first Google searches is the 2005 Fog is one of the only times Carpenter has improved on the original. That's a hot take. You're right, that is
Yeah.
05. That's also got
Portal.
Maggie Grace.
Yeah.
All right. Well, next week we're going to do Saw 3.
Yeah.
We will not be here this Sunday. Robert and I are taking off. He's going to come watch WrestleMania with me.
I'll Ferris Bueller it. I'll send you a bunch of pre-recorded messages.
There you
play
go.
live.
There you
Yeah, and vote in our poll if you want us to do a Saw 3 review or a commentary.
Yeah, because God damn it, right now. The commentary is winning with 57% of the votes.
Okay.
We'll see you Monday with a Last of Us review.